Chapter 490. Father, I'm here. Feng Jiu's voice came from outside. When Feng Xiao, who was sitting in front of the desk, heard this, he quickly raised his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes. After adjusting his state of mind, he raised his head and saw that his daughter had already come in. Father? What's wrong? When Feng Jiu arrived in front of him and saw that his eyes were slightly red, he couldn't help but be a bit startled. When he saw the amethyst white jade hairpin in his hand, his eyes couldn't help but slightly move. It's nothing. He shook his head, not wanting to say more. It's nothing? Then what is this? She reached out and took the amethyst white jade hairpin from his hand, smiling as she looked at her nervous father. Xiao Jiu, be careful, don't break it. He quickly stood up, afraid that she would accidentally break the amethyst white jade hairpin. Feng Jiu saw his nervous expression and slyly smiled. Father, this is Mother's, right? Are you secretly missing Yanqing here? As soon as her voice fell, she seemed to have discovered that she had no memory of her mother. In fact, no one in the manor had ever mentioned anything about her mother. AI. He sighed and sat down. Seeing this, Feng Jiu also stopped smiling and moved a chair to sit next to him. He handed the amethyst white jade hairpin back to him. Father, tell me about my mother. Is she still alive? I'm already 16 years old, but I've never heard you mention anything about my mother. Tell me about her. To be able to make her father not remarry for so many years and not have a single woman by his side, he must have loved her mother dearly. Only, she didn't know what kind of woman her mother was. To be able to make such an iron-willed man secretly hide here and look at her old things, feeling dejected and sad. Feng Xiao took the amethyst white jade hairpin and said, This amethyst white jade hairpin really is your mother's. Other than leaving you behind for father, she only left this hairpin. Father, since you love my mother so deeply, why haven't you mentioned her in all these years? What about my mother? Is she still alive? She asked again. Feng Xiao looked at the hairpin in his hand and said faintly, It's not that father doesn't want to mention her, but that father has forgotten her in the past. I don't know who she is, and where she is from. I only know that there's a woman in my heart, a woman that I always want to remember, but always can't remember. How could that be? She was slightly stunned. She couldn't remember? How could this be? Yes, I can't remember. I only remembered everything about your mother after I was ambushed by the Morong bow. Your mother was a kind and gentle beauty. She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, but I only remembered her after so many years. I really deserved to die. Looking at her father's face full of self-blame, guilt, and pain, her gaze sank. She asked, Did someone do something to father? Why would they do something to him? Could it be that her mother's identity was not ordinary? Your mother and I were together, but her family and father didn't allow it. Everyone was against it because she was so outstanding, so beautiful. I was just a martial artist. I wasn't worthy of her, but she didn't care about anything. She abandoned everything just to be with me. I couldn't even give her a proper wedding. Chapter 491. Your mother's name is Shangguan Wanrong. I met her when I went out to practice. At that time, I received a mercenary mission and met her when she was picking herbs. The people who followed her were killed, and she herself was seriously injured. I took her to hide from place to place and evaded those assassins. You don't know, do you? Your mother was an alchemist, an extremely talented alchemist. Feng Jiu listened quietly. She listened to her father talk in detail about how he met and fell in love with her mother. She listened to him talk about the hardships they went through during that time. She listened to him talk about how her mother was pregnant with her and had followed him back to the glorious Sun Country when they were found by her family. You were stopped by my mother's family? What happened after that? Her heart skipped a beat. Listening to her father's recollection, she seemed to be able to see the thrilling scene at that time. A noble family, a young miss who was running away from home. Moreover, she was pregnant with a child without the permission of her family's elders. The consequences of being caught by her family and her father were unimaginable. Her father wanted to kill me and you, who were about to be born. She threatened him with her life and said that if anything happened to me or the child, she would not live alone. Later, Her father took a step back and allowed her to give birth to the child. He told me to leave with the child and never see her again. She was also captured and brought back. The reason why I can't remember her is because her father had placed a seal on my memories. He had sealed all the memories related to her. It was also at that time that the seal was broken by a freak combination of factors. All these years, although I can't remember your mother, I can't remember anything about her. However, I always knew that there was someone in my heart. Someone who shouldn't be forgotten, but was forgotten. If I hadn't broken the seal by a freak combination of factors, I really don't know if she would have been forgotten by me forever. Speaking to this point, his voice trembled slightly. Thinking about how he couldn't remember who his beloved was and how he couldn't remember anything about her, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Fengjiu's heavy eyes moved slightly. She asked, "Father, you still haven't told me. Which country is mother from?" "She's the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family of the Qi Tian Kingdom, a first-rate country in the eastern region." With that, Feng Xiao looked at her and said solemnly, "Xiaojiu, I know you're very outstanding, but a first-class powerful country is too high for a small ninth-class country like ours. There are countless experts there. Even a small family from a first-class powerful country can't compete with them. You should know that there are thousands of ninth-class small countries in the eastern region, and there are only 10 first-class powerful countries in the whole eastern region. Even 100 sixth-class countries like the Qingtang Kingdom can't compare with them. You have to promise me that you'll hide this matter in your heart. You know that your mother is Shangguan Wanrong. You know where she came from, and you know that she's still alive. If the people in her family know that I've broken through the seal and remembered everything, then I'm afraid that what awaits us will be unhesitatingly strangling us. Because they don't allow people like us, who come from a small ninth-grade country, to taint the reputation of the aristocratic families of powerful countries. They don't allow people to know the relationship between us and the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. Even more so, they don't allow their aristocrats to have any relationship with us." Chapter 492. Yes, she knew what to do. She knew that her mother was still alive and knew what kind of person her mother was. Then, she knew what she had to do. A faint light flashed through her smiling eyes as she comforted her father with a smile. She changed the topic and said, "Father, actually, I came here today because I have something to tell you." Feng Xiao composed himself and asked, "What is it?" "Recently, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and have been unable to break through. Then, Ling Mohan also told me not to rush to break through my cultivation. He said that what I lacked was an opportunity. So when I said that I wanted to go out and train, he said that he wanted to go with me and could even guide me. So, we came here today to tell you about this." Her voice paused as if she had thought of something and said, "Oh, that's right. When we came out, it was my brother who told me on the way that there was an opportunity for him to leave the black market. He said that there was a mercenary group for him to join. He thought that he would have to leave this place sooner or later, so he wanted to go out and gain experience before he could enter the academy to further his studies." Hearing this, Feng Xiao nodded. This is a good thing. Shilin's talent is not low. As long as he performs well, his future will be extraordinary. It is good that he has such an opportunity to join the mercenary team. Father agrees, but you and Mohan, that he looked at her and saw her carefree look. He could not help but sigh. "What are you thinking? I think he is really good. No matter if it is his ability or his character, he is outstanding. More importantly, Father can see that he is sincere towards you. Father, you don't have to worry about me. I will make my own decisions. Father, I don't know how long I'll be gone this time, but you don't have to worry. I'll take care of myself. If there's a chance, I'll take the opportunity to inquire about grandfather so you don't have to worry about grandfather. As long as there's news, I'll send it back. When I'm not by your side, you have to take care of yourself and wait for us to come back. Wait for me when I am back." Hearing this, Feng Xiao smiled. He patted her hand gently and said, Okay. Father knows. You just have to take good care of yourself. Then, Father will not worry about you. I will leave the 4 golden essence adepts behind for Father to order around. In addition, I will also inform the Phoenix Guards. Luo Yu and the rest will also stay behind. Father, you can order them to do anything. I will take Lung Shuang away. Lung Hua will stay behind to take care of father. You are not taking Luo Yu and the rest with you. He was a little surprised. He thought that she would bring Luo Yu and the rest with her for training. She smiled and said they will stay behind. They are familiar with the Phoenix Guard's movements. Moreover, there are 8 of them. It will be too troublesome to bring them along. You. Chapter 493. Lung Hua. She rolled her eyes and thought for a moment before nodding. That's fine too. He hasn't been anywhere before, so I'll bring him along this time. She looked at him with a smile and said, Father, you're the king now. If the palace is empty, you can't wait for me to come back and find me a bunch of colorful women. Hearing this, Feng Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and scolded. You child, what nonsense are you saying? Is your father that kind of person? Hee, I know father isn't like that, but there's no guarantee that those people below won't give you women. Feng Xiao couldn't listen to her anymore and immediately shook his head and stood up. All right. It won't be good if you continue talking. Didn't you say that your brother and Mohan are here? Where are they? Let's go take a look. They're at the pavilion on the rockery. I asked them to wait there. She smiled and held his hand as they walked out. In her heart, she was thinking that she had to tell Luo Yu and the others to not let anyone take advantage of this opportunity to stuff women into her father's hands. She still had plans to go and find her mother. The father and daughter pair arrived at the pavilion. Yama Lord and Guan Shilin, who were sitting and talking, stood up and greeted Feng Xiao. At his signal, they all sat down together. Godfather, I plan to join the mercenary group and go out for a while. I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I came over today to inform you. Guan Shilin spoke first. You're leaving tomorrow? So soon? Feng Xiao was a little surprised and asked, Have you arranged everything in the manor? You're going out on a long journey. Have you prepared everything? Yes, I've arranged everything in the manor. There aren't many people at home, so I'll just let the housekeeper look after the manor. Furthermore, it's next to the Feng Manor, so there shouldn't be any problems. I've already prepared everything for the trip. Feng Xiao nodded and said, That's good. You must be careful when you go out. If anything happens, send someone to bring back news. Hearing this, Guan Shilin grinned. I will. Uncle Feng, I'll be leaving with Xiao Jiao in 3 days. I'm here today to say goodbye. Ling Mohan said. In front of Feng Xiao, he had never put on the airs of a Yama Lord. He had always regarded himself as a junior. Xiao Jiao just told me. You guys too. You must be careful when you're outside. You can't be careless. Feng Xiao looked at him and said with a smile, With you by Xiao Jiao's side to guide her, I'll be very relieved. Father, you should rest assured that I'm outside by myself. When have you ever seen me being bullied by others? As Feng Jiao spoke, he took a sip of the tea on the table and picked up a piece of dessert to eat. He said casually, I've always been the one bullying others. If others want to bully me, it's difficult. I heard that you got drunk in the manor that day. You're a girl. Remember not to drink when you're outside. It's fine if you get drunk at home, but if you get drunk outside, who knows what will happen. As soon as Feng Xiao finished speaking, she saw that her daughter, who was eating pastries, seemed to choke on them. Her pretty face flushed red. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Jiao coughed a few times and quickly drank the tea. Only then did she feel better. Before she could catch her breath, she heard her father's voice. Chapter 494. Hearing Feng Jiao being reprimanded and seeing her choking on the pastries, Ling Mohan lowered his gaze and took a sip of tea, using the teacup to cover the overflowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Guan Shilin poured a cup of tea for Feng Jiao and said, Drink more tea. Why did you choke on the pastries? Feng Jiao was embarrassed, and her face was slightly red. She glared at the pretentious person and said, I'm fine. I just accidentally choked. Then she said, Father, I know I won't get drunk outside. If it wasn't for the person who tried to make her drunk, how could she have gotten drunk? She had a good tolerance for alcohol. Okay? Father, I'll be staying in the palace for the next 2 days. I told you to move in earlier, but you didn't. Look, I haven't seen you all day. He shook his head and said, Since you're going out, remember to ask Lung Shuang to prepare everything for you. Yes, I know. I'll go see where Luo Yu and the others are and hand over some things. She stood up and said to Guan Shilin, Brother, I'll send you off tomorrow. It's okay. You do what you need to do. You don't have to send me off tomorrow. Guanchelin waved his hand and stood up. I won't stay any longer. I'll go back to the residence first. With that, he bid farewell to them and left. Mohan, how about we play a few games of chess? Feng Xiao looked at the Yama Lord opposite him and asked. Since he had asked, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Hence, the two of them got someone to set up the chessboard and started playing chess in the pavilion. As for the other side, Feng Jiu left first. After walking for a while, he couldn't help but pat his chest and sigh softly. I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I so easily frightened? Lung Shuang, who was following behind him, heard this, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. Hui Lang and the others said that Master is the Yama Lord's nemesis, but I think the Yama Lord is Master's nemesis. Hearing this, Feng Jiu turned around and smiled. Lung Shuang, you're right. That guy is my nemesis. Nothing good happens when I meet him. Lung Shuang didn't reply and just followed quietly. Feng Jiu paused and said, That's right. I plan to bring Lung Hua with me this time. I didn't see him just now. Go find out where he is and tell him to come with us. Hearing this, Lung Shuang's eyes lit up and his face couldn't help but overflow with joy. Thank you, Master. He thanked her for giving her younger brother a chance to go out and see the world. What's there to thank me for? Go. I'll go check on Luo Yu and the others and tell them to keep an eye on them. She waved her hand, indicating that she should leave first to find Lung Hua. Yes, Lung Shuang responded gratefully and then went to find her younger brother to tell him the good news. When Feng Jiu found Luo Yu and the others, they were sparring with the Phoenix Guards in the martial arts field. Seeing this, she called them to the side and gave them some instructions. However, before she could reply, she heard Luo Yu exclaim in shock. Master is going out again? You're not taking us? Master, even if you don't take all 8 of us, at least take me with you. I can accompany you and protect you. Chapter 495. Master, we really want to go out with you to train. Please bring us along. When the others saw Luo Yu speak, they hurriedly chimed in. They really wanted to go out with her, especially after Luo Yu came back and told them about what happened when he went out with Master. They had been looking forward to it. Although they would encounter danger during the experiential learning, it was also an essential path of growth for cultivators. Especially when they were by Master's side, they would be able to understand her better. She could also give them some pointers outside, which would definitely be beneficial for them. However, Feng Jiu didn't plan to bring them along. Thus, she said, the Phoenix dynasty isn't very peaceful right now, and my father has just ascended to the throne not too long ago. I can't stay here forever, but you guys can. Help me guard this place well, and there will be plenty of benefits for you guys in the future. When there is a chance in the future, I will let you guys go out with me, but not now. Hearing her say this, the few of them knew that there was no hope and didn't mention it again. After all, she didn't look like she was joking. Since it was their master's order, they could only obey. Thus, the 8 of them looked at each other and replied in a deep voice, Yes. Master, don't worry. We will protect the Emperor and Yunhua City well. Feng Jiu gave them some instructions and lectured the Feng Wei before walking towards her palace. At this time, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua were already waiting in the palace. When they saw her return, the 2 of them went up to welcome her. Master, she replied, her gaze landing on the excited Lung Hua. She smiled and said, Prepare well. This time, I will bring you out to train. Even if you don't have any cultivation, you can barely protect yourself with Taiji. If there is an opportunity, you might be able to cultivate. Hearing this, Lung Hua's eyes sparkled. He asked excitedly and happily, Master, are you saying that I will also have the chance to cultivate? But I can't cultivate mystic energy, can I? You can't cultivate mystic energy, but when we go out, we can find a chance to test if you have the spiritual roots to cultivate. Then, won't you be able to cultivate? She smiled and walked forward. When she entered the bedroom, she saw several trays on the table with more than 10 sets of red and white clothes on them. Lung Hua, who was excited by her words, followed closely behind. Seeing that she was looking at the clothes, he said, A few days ago, a tailor came to the palace to help His Majesty make some clothes. At that time, His Majesty couldn't find His Majesty, so His Majesty ordered me to take a set of His Majesty's clothes and have them make 20 sets of different styles. I had them make 10 sets of men's clothing and 10 sets of women's clothing. Feng Zhou picked up a set and looked at it. He compared it to his body and smiled. Well, not bad. They all look good. Just in time. I don't have to worry about not having enough clothes for this trip. She turned around to look at the two of them and said with a smile, "You can leave now. There's no need to wait on me here. Go back and make some preparations. All right, get someone to bring Lao Bai and Xiuqiu here. We'll set off directly from the palace." Yes. The two of them responded and left. 3 days later. Chapter 496. I want to bring Old Bai with me. I'll bring little Tunyin with me too. Hey, look. Feng Zhou appeared in front of them, dressed in men's clothing. She stepped forward and lifted her chin slightly, indicating for the Yama Lord to look at Little Ball. Ever since she saw Little Ball transform into its original form and swallow the nascent soul, she rarely called it Little Ball. Instead, she called it Little Tunyin. After all, the scene of it swallowing the nascent soul was too unforgettable for her. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Little Ball was no longer suitable for it. Seeing her appear in men's clothing, the dazzling red clothes were still as eye-catching and flamboyant as before, but it was no longer a woman's dress, but a man's robe. Because she was dressed as a man, her entire person exuded a devilish charm and a free and easy aura. She was a living example of a noble young master. Her extremely exquisite and outstanding appearance, even though she was dressed as a man, made his eyes move slightly. Suddenly, he felt that the beggar's outfit suited her. Yes, it would be better if she smeared some mud or herbs on her face. That would be even better. Feng Zhou, who walked out, glanced at him and asked, "You're not planning to go out like this, are you?" The Yama Lord raised his eyebrows. "What else? Stick your uncle's beard on your face and change into a less eye-catching robe." She lifted her chin slightly, looking a little narcissistic. Her tone was light and cheerful as she said, "It's fine as long as I'm the good-looking one. Otherwise, it'll be too eye-catching if we walk together. Sigh, I don't think it'll be a good scene just thinking about it." Hearing her words, the Yama Lord was speechless. He glanced at her with a strange expression. "I think it'll be better if you change into a beggar's outfit and smear some dust on your face. Do you want to change too?" "How can that be?" Feng Zhou glared at him with her bright eyes. "I'm planning to go out and seduce a few beauties." When she said that, even she laughed. "Moreover, I feel that with my handsome face and elegant temperament, the moment I walk out of the door, the hearts of beautiful girls will definitely pound. So, don't ruin my good fortune. Hurry up and change out of those clothes and stick a big beard on your face. How nice would it be to look like an uncle?" Lung Shuang's eyes softened as he looked at her with a faint smile on his face. Lung Hua, on the other hand, smiled happily as he watched his dazzling master torment the Yama Lord. Hui Lang and Kage-Wan, who were following behind a Yama Lord, looked at each other and quietly retreated outside. Fortunately, before their master went out, he had flipped through his clothes and picked out the jade belt and the color of his robe. Unexpectedly, the ghost doctor felt that he was too dazzling and handsome. She was afraid that he would steal her limelight, so she asked their master to change into an uncle's outfit. Well, although it would be more convenient for him to go out with his identity, their master had planned to show off his endless masculine charm along the way. He also planned to use his masculine charm to seduce the ghost doctor. But now, if he changed into an uncle's outfit, how could this idea be carried out? The two of them secretly glanced at their master and couldn't help but mourn for him. Needless to say, their master would definitely follow the ghost doctor's words and change into an uncle's outfit. Sure enough, just as the two of them were thinking about it, they heard their master's voice. "Then I'll change here. Come in and help me." As he spoke, he walked towards Feng Zhou's room. Chapter 497. Feng Zhou and the others did not leave on horseback or in a carriage. Instead, they left in a spaceship. Other than the Phoenix guards who were reluctant to part, the only person who saw them off was Feng Xiao, who was worried about them. The Feng family was now part of the Phoenix dynasty, and they were protected by powerful cultivators. Naturally, They were extraordinary. Even when the people in the city saw the spaceship flying out of the palace, they were only surprised and did not say anything. As for the spaceship, little Tun Yun and Lao Bao were lying outside. They looked at the clouds in the sky from time to time. Lung Hua had a happy smile on his face. He was as happy as a child who was going out to play with an adult. Other than the fear he felt when he first sat on the spaceship and looked down at the sky, there was only joy left on his face after he gradually got used to it. Unlike the others, he first familiarized himself with the spaceship inside and out. Then, he prepared tea and snacks for them so that they could drink tea, eat snacks, and chat on the spaceship to relax. Yama Lord, who was sitting outside, watched the spaceship fly forward. He glanced at Fengjiu, who had been blinking her beautiful eyes ever since she boarded the spaceship. He took a sip of the tea that Lung Hua had brewed. "Tell me, what are you up to now?" "Hee hee." Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly, but her eyes were sparkling as she looked at him. "Uncle, with your status, you should be able to enter a third-class country, right? The stronger the country, the more proof of identity was needed to enter. A Jade Pass was not easy to get. You want to go to a third-class country? Which country are you going to? What's the reason?" He did not answer her directly. Instead, he asked. Hearing this, Fengjiu sat up straight. The smile on her face disappeared. She said, "I have a clue. My grandfather should be in the third-class country, the Yin Kingdom. I don't want to go to the mountains or forests this time. I just want to go to the Yin Kingdom to ask for information." Ling Mohan glanced at her and said, "Don't you know how to be a pharmacist? Why don't you go to the Pharmacist Guild and get the badge of a medicine saint? With your talent in alchemy, you should have reached the level of an alchemy sage. With this identity, you can even freely enter a first or second-class country, let alone a third-class country." She frowned and said, "But I've seen the information. Only the pharmacists' guilds in third-class countries have the ability to take the medicine saint level examination. Those below third-class countries can only reach the medicine grandmaster level at most. Aren't you going to Dian? When the time comes, find a chance to get the medicine sage's badge back." She was secretly planning in her heart. Just her identity as a princess of the Phoenix dynasty was not enough to attract those people's attention. But if she could obtain a badge of astonishing strength in the field of medicine or alchemy, then it would be different. On the other hand, Fengjiu, who had no idea what he was planning, was plotting in her heart. Her mother was in the first-class Qi Tian kingdom, and she was thinking of a way to get there. Since the Medicine Saint's badge was a form of identification that allowed one to travel freely between countries, she had to get her hands on it no matter what. The flying ship shuttled through the clouds steadily, carrying the thoughts and expectations of the few people on the ship as it headed towards the Yin Kingdom. At this moment, in a certain family in the Yin Kingdom, old Master Feng, who was in high spirits, had the wine gourd that Fengjiu had given him hanging on his waist. He quietly slipped to the back wall and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he planned to climb the wall and sneak away. "Where are you going?" Chapter 498. However, what awaited him was not the hard ground, but a warm, soft, and fragrant embrace. Old Master Feng froze and didn't dare to move. His voice was even softer than a mosquito's as he stammered, "That's Sushi, this doesn't look good. Let go of me and let me down." When the shadow guard saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched and they looked away. How could it look good? An old man being held in the arms of a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s. This scene was already unbearable. The woman was dressed in a simple but elegant dark green dress with a belt of the same color around her waist. Delicate tassels fell to the side of her waist, and her skirt fluttered in the breeze. Her ink-black hair was tied up, and her eyes were picturesque. She was gentle and beautiful. At this moment, her eyes were curved, and there was a smile in her limpid eyes. Looking at the person she was holding in her arms, her gentle voice had a trace of teasing. "Isn't this good? How could it be? I think it's quite good." Sensing his tension, she frowned and scolded. "You're really too much. You're not young anymore. Why are you still trying to climb the wall like a young boy? Fortunately, I caught you. If I didn't catch you, you would have fallen and broken your bones." Master Feng was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a place to hide. When he was caught, he covered his face with his sleeves and didn't dare to see anyone. But when he was held, he didn't dare to struggle or move. God knew that after living for so many years, the thing he was most afraid of wasn't his dead father, nor was it his deceased wife. It was this woman who had been waiting for him silently and didn't get married. She was born in the Great Yin Kingdom, a third-class country. She had an enviable family background. Her appearance and character were first class, but for him, she never married and waited silently for him. He felt guilty in his heart. Therefore, when he was kidnapped by her people this time, although he was angry, he could not vent his anger on her. Moreover, her brother was his sworn brother. This really gave him a headache. He was already an old man. Although she was younger than him by 10 years, in order to preserve her peak appearance, she had taken the face-establishing pill. Her appearance had never aged, and she looked like a young woman in her 20s. This old thing, how could he dare to covet her? Just thinking about it made him so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing that he was so embarrassed that he covered his face with his sleeve, Lin Sushi pursed her lips and smiled. Only then did she put him down. Who knew that when she landed, she saw him running back to his room. Seeing this, she couldn't help but stare at him and scold him in embarrassment. Feng Sanyuan, do you think you can hide? Dodge. How many years has it been, and you still want to hide? Believe it or not, I'll directly do you tonight. Hearing this, Master Feng, who was about to step over the threshold, was so shocked that he fell to the ground. He directly used his head to knock open the door and rolled out. He turned around to look at the beautiful woman, whose eyes were filled with shame and anger. His face was deathly pale, and with a bang, he quickly closed the door. Then there was another banging sound, as if someone was using something in the room to block the door and windows. The secret guards who were in charge of keeping watch in the dark were so shocked by these fierce words that their jaws almost fell. They swallowed their saliva and looked at the elegant and gentle beauty. If they didn't hear it with their own ears, they wouldn't believe that such fierce words would come from her mouth. Chapter 499. A loud laugh rang out, and a man who looked to be in his 40s walked out. He wore simple black robes, and his usually dignified face could not help but reveal a smile at this moment. In particular, when his gaze landed on the elegantly dressed woman, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Sushi, you'll scare Sanyuan like this. The person who came was the head of the Lin family, Lin Buang. He was also Lin Sushi's older brother and old Master Feng's sworn brother. Although Lin Buang was older than old Master Feng, his appearance had always been in peak condition. He looked like a man who had just entered middle age and didn't look old at all. As the head of the Lin family, his cultivation wasn't bad and he had just entered the nascent soul realm. Big brother. She helplessly turned around and called out. Looking at the tightly shut door, she frowned with worry. Look, he's avoiding me like a mouse seeing a cat. It's as if I'm a wolf, tiger, or leopard. Am I really that scary? As she spoke, she couldn't help but touch her face. For the first time, she didn't have confidence in her appearance. She even thought, was it really the right choice for her to take the face-establishing pill to maintain her appearance? If she was as old as he was today, would he be able to accept her more easily? Looking at his little sister, Lin Buang's eyes were filled with pity. Their family of 4 brothers only had this one little sister. Not only did their parents dote on her like a treasure, but the 4 brothers also protected her from a young age. But they didn't expect that when he brought back the sworn brother he met outside, this girl would fall in love with him at first sight. But at that time, Sanyuan was already married and his wife was already pregnant. At that time, everyone tried to persuade her and even gathered the portraits of all the outstanding unmarried young men in the city for her choose. But this girl was stubborn. Seeing that she had decided on Sanyuan, his family gathered together and discussed finding Sanyuan. They didn't care that he was from a 9th-rank country. They only hoped that he could treat Su Shi well and let him take Su Shi as his second wife, who knew that after this girl found out, she would directly reject this matter. Even now, he could still clearly remember that she had a serious expression at that time and said, "It's true that I, Lin Su Shi, fell in love with Feng Sanyuan, but I don't want to be a bad woman who destroys a family. A relationship cannot tolerate a third party." Since he has already married his wife, then I will wait. Just the word wait had made her wait for a few decades. She watched from afar. Just as she said, she didn't destroy his family. She didn't let his wife know that there was a woman like her waiting foolishly. She watched him give birth to a child, watched him and his wife love each other, watched their child grow up, watched them have a granddaughter after decades of waiting. Her heart was tired and full of scars. Under the advice of her family, she went into seclusion to cultivate. She turned her longing into the motivation for her cultivation. She cultivated day and night, not listening to outside news and not thinking about that person. Until recently, when she came out of seclusion, she found out that his wife had passed away more than 10 years ago. Because of this, she sent people to kidnap him. Chapter 500. I know. Her brows relaxed, and she revealed a gentle smile. Now that I can see you by my side, I'm happy. Hearing this, Lin Buoheng looked at her with a strange expression. He coughed dryly and asked, "He's an old man now. Do you really like him? Although the two of you are only 10 years apart in age, your appearance has always remained the same. He's different. Why don't you think about it again?" Fine. Actually, he didn't understand what his sister liked about San Yuan. When he was young, he could still have a good appearance. But now, he was already over 60 years old. How could she still take a fancy to an old man? Moreover, it wasn't what he wanted to say. It was because the difference in appearance between the two of them was too big. It was really awkward to look at. He also felt that San Yuan was so old, while she was still so young. All these years, even when he knew that his wife had passed away, he never told Shi. Who knew? Unexpectedly, Shi smiled and looked at Lin Buoheng. Big brother. He's always been San Yuan's older brother. He hasn't changed. Forget it. Do as you wish. In any case, you've already kidnapped him. I don't care anymore. He waved his hand and said. Suddenly, his expression froze. Look, after being disturbed by your matter, I almost forgot about the important matter. What important matter? She asked. I'll call San Yuan out. This matter is his Feng family's matter. Lin Buoheng smiled and walked towards the tightly shut door. He shouted, San Yuan, come out quickly. I have good news for you. Big brother, you can say whatever you want. I can hear you here. I won't go out. Old Master Feng, who was hiding inside, blocked the door. He drank some wine to calm himself down. His old face was red and his hands and feet were trembling slightly. It seemed that he was really frightened. How could he not be frightened? He was already a pile of old bones. He really couldn't stand being frightened. Hearing his trembling voice, Lin Buoheng turned around and glared at his sister. Look at how frightened he was. Even his voice was trembling. Sushi was also angered by him, which was why she said those words. Now that she calmed down, she felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing that he was really frightened by her words, she didn't know what to do for a moment. She really didn't want to scare him. Brother San Yuan, come out. I was just joking, she said a bit embarrassedly. Inside, Elder Feng was sitting on the ground blocking the door. He held the wine gourd in his arms and drank a few more mouthfuls. When he heard her words, he instinctively shook his head. No, I won't go out even if you beat me to death. Seeing this, Sushi looked at her brother for help. Go back first. I'll talk to him. Lin Buoheng smiled and waved for her to leave. All right then. Helplessly, she could only agree. However, after thinking about it, she said worriedly, but big brother, don't let brother San Yuan leave. If he really leaves, he will definitely hide. I know. Lin Buoheng sighed in his heart. Seeing her leave, he shook his head and knocked on the door. San Yuan, Sushi left. Open the door. I really have something to tell you. It's about your Feng family. Old Master Feng heard this and thought about the Feng family situation. He was also worried. He immediately asked, she really left? And she left. Lin Buoheng smiled in response. Hearing this, Old Master Feng moved away the chair and table that was blocking the door. He carefully opened the door a crack and poked his head out to take a look. After confirming that she was gone, he let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 501. Seeing him like this, Lin Buoheng shook his head and laughed. You don't know how lucky you are. What's wrong with Sushi? She actually makes you avoid her like she's a snake or a scorpion. Old Master Feng smiled bitterly. Big brother, Don't make fun of me. You know that she is too good. I'm really not good enough for her. Also, I'm just an old man. How would I dare to think about that? Then what do you think we should do? Sushi isn't joking. She can wait for you for a few decades. She can wait forever. Do as you see fit. I can't help you with this. He walked in and saw that he had messed up the tables and chairs in the room. He couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Let's sit outside in the courtyard. Look at your place. What's wrong with it?" As he spoke, he turned around and walked out. He sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and ordered someone to prepare tea and bring it over. Old Master Feng followed him and sat opposite him. He quickly asked anxiously, "Big brother, you said you have news about my Feng family? What is it? How is my granddaughter now? Did that Murong Bo bully her when I wasn't around?" Ever since he was kidnapped, he had been worried about his family. Feng Xiao couldn't show his face, so everything was done by that girl. He didn't know if that Murong Bo would use any tricks to deal with her. Although she was outstanding, she was still young. How could she be a match for that Murong Bo? "Haha, your granddaughter isn't ordinary." Lin Boheng chuckled and looked at him. "Do you know what happened in the country of Glorious Sun recently?" Seeing that he was nervous and couldn't hide the worry in his eyes, he didn't keep him in suspense. He said, "The country of Glorious Sun is gone. Murong Bo is also dead. Your Feng family has taken over the country and changed its name to the Phoenix Dynasty. The king is your son, Feng Xiao." This news spread in a few days. What? How is this possible? Old Master Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Murong Bo was dead in such a short time. Moreover, the Glorious Sun Empire was changed to the Phoenix Dynasty. She became the Feng family's? How? How is this possible? What's impossible? Your granddaughter is not ordinary. He smiled and told him everything he knew in detail. When he reached the part where a powerful cultivator helped them kill a nascent soul cultivator, his expression became a bit strange. Nascent soul stage powerhouses were rare, but the powerhouse who killed a nascent soul stage old monster with a snap of his fingers was even rarer. Such a character was definitely a character from an ordinary country. However, how could such a powerhouse come to an inconspicuous Feng family in a mere ninth-class country? And he even stepped in to protect her? After listening to him, old Master Feng's face was full of shock. His heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect this. Dazzling had actually changed to the Phoenix Dynasty, and it had even become their Feng clans. The monarch had even become his son. Why? Why did this feel like a dream? Feng Xiao and the Feng girl were too bold, weren't they? I came to tell you after I received the news, lest you keep worrying about what would happen to the Feng family. Now that you've heard the news, you should be relieved, right? He smiled and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the disbelief on old Master Feng's face. Chapter 502. After a long while, old Master Feng regained his senses and muttered, "How can I be at ease? How could it be so easy to control a country? Feng Xiao is just a general. He doesn't know how to scheme at all. Now that he's the king, the surrounding countries will be restless. No, I have to go back. I won't be at ease if I don't go back. Didn't you hear what I said? Your son's strength is now stronger than yours. He's already become a martial emperor. Furthermore, on the night he broke through, a blessing descended from the heavens. His position as the emperor is stable. You don't have to worry about others shaking his position. Furthermore, with that strong cultivator around, the surrounding small countries won't dare to offend your Phoenix Dynasty." As Lin Boheng spoke, he continued, "According to the news, in my opinion, your son and granddaughter aren't as useless as you say. My people told me that the Phoenix Dynasty is stable in all aspects, and the surrounding small nations have also sent people over to congratulate you. To be able to stabilize the internal and external situation in such a short period of time, other than your son and granddaughter's ability, it's also because you have many experts protecting you. Didn't you say there were 4 golden core cultivators? 4 golden core cultivators in a rank 9 small country isn't something an ordinary army can defend against. So you can stay here at ease. Don't think about leaving. You heard it too. When Sushi left, she told me not to let you sneak away. As her big brother, I can't let her down. Big brother, can you bear to let me down?" Old Master Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to go back, but who knew that the Phoenix dynasty was stable and didn't need an old man like him to go back and help oversee things. They wanted him to stay here, and there was also that Su Shi. Just thinking about her made his scalp numb. I'm just an old man. I'm really not worthy of Su Shi. Big brother, please persuade her. He could do whatever he wanted in Yinhua City, but here his strength wasn't enough. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Thinking about it, he felt anxious. What if Su Shi was afraid that he would sneak away and really forced him to go through the wedding ceremony? Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat and his hands and feet tremble. I also said that you're just a rotten old man. You look even older than me. But who asked her to be so stubborn? I've already tried to persuade her. Since I can't persuade her, I want to persuade you as her big brother. It's rare for Su Shi to be sincere to you. Just follow her. Speaking of him, even he couldn't help but laugh. Fine. He also felt that these two people were strange no matter how he looked at them. They were indeed not compatible. But in this world, he had never heard of any pill or medicine that could restore one's youth. Otherwise, he could help him get it. That way, he would probably feel a little better. Big brother. Old Master Feng was speechless. He really couldn't stand his teasing. This wasn't fun at all. Instead, it was too embarrassing. He really didn't have the face to do that. Since it didn't work here, he would think of another way. He didn't believe that he couldn't sneak out of the Lin clan. Chapter 503. Lin Buoheng had lived for close to 100 years. How could he not know what he was thinking? He only glanced at him and smiled. Of course. If you want to go out, let Su Shi accompany you. You haven't been here for so many years. This place has changed a lot. It's good to take a walk. Big brother, I'll tell you the truth. Whenever I see Su Shi, I just want to hide. I'm really scared of her. Old Master Feng didn't drink tea. Instead, he took a sip from his wine gourd and said, if my son and granddaughter knew about this, where would I put my old face? Hearing this, Lin Buoheng wasn't too happy. His face immediately darkened. What? My sister Su, she is so unworthy of your attention? She's a disgrace to you? Why don't you think about who made her wait for so many years? You only think about your old face. Why don't you think about how much gossip Su she has to endure? Why don't you think about how difficult it was for her to achieve this? Big brother, you know that's not what I meant. Old Master Feng sighed. He didn't know what to say anymore. If he continued, it would only make things worse. Lin Buoheng put down his teacup and stood up. You're familiar with this, Lin. Other than not wanting you to leave, the residents didn't restrict your movements. You can go wherever you want to go and see wherever you want to. I've already told them that the people in the residence don't dare to disrespect you. What are you unhappy about? Let's not talk about anything else. We brothers haven't seen each other for so many years. Now that you're in the Lin residence, shouldn't we find a chance to get together for a drink? But look at yourself. You hide in this courtyard all day. I feel embarrassed for you. Moreover, you haven't seen Su Shi for so many years. Can't you have a good chat with her? Ask her how she's been all these years. Think about it carefully. Don't always think about running away. If you do, I'll help Su Shi go to the Phoenix dynasty to arrest you. After saying this, Lin Buoheng didn't stop. He walked away to let Su Shi think about it carefully. Old Master Feng sighed and sat down in the courtyard to drink wine. The hidden guards in the shadows looked at each other in dismay. They really didn't know why they were so conflicted about such a good thing. A few days later, a spaceship gradually approached the border city of the Yan Kingdom. Feng Jiu did not want to attract too much attention, so he wanted them to get off the spaceship and walk to the city gate. However, Ling Mohan said it was not a big deal, so the spaceship stopped directly outside the city gate. For a third-tier country, spaceships were very common. Unlike the people from a ninth-tier country, they would not surround a spaceship the moment they saw one. However, they were still scrutinized by the people around them. This was because other than the luxurious spaceship, their clothes, appearance, and temperament were all extremely outstanding. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. The people guarding the city gate also thought that they were the children of some noble family. Therefore, when they approached, the person in charge of identity verification made it convenient for them. They did not need to be excluded and could directly come to the front to verify their identity jade tablet. Ling Mohan stood beside Feng Jiu and did not go forward. Only Hui Lang went forward and handed over something. The person guarding the city gate was shocked. After bowing respectfully to them, he quickly opened the city gate to let them in. Chapter 504. What's that thing? How come you can come in without even asking? Feng Jiu, who had just entered the city, turned around and sat on Lao Bai's back. She was dressed in red and riding a white horse, looking very dashing. She was a little curious. At that time, she did not see clearly what Hui Lang had taken out. She only knew that it looked like a jade tablet. What kind of identity jade tablet could make the guards of the border city show such a respectful expression? Naturally, it's something that represents my identity. He glanced at her, who was dazzling and charming as she sat on the horse. He only felt that the red and white horse really suited her, especially when she was dressed in men's clothing. She looked valiant and formidable, but also had an evil and charming aura. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and the charm emitted from her eyes seemed to fill the sky. She, who knew that her charm was boundless and could attract both men and women, was sitting on the horse's back at this moment. From time to time, she would throw seductive glances at the young girls on both sides, causing his entire face to darken. This woman, walking around in men's clothing, was indeed like what she had said. She came out to seduce people. His deep gaze swept across the bustling street in front of him and landed on a restaurant about 100 meters away. His voice was low and cold. Let's go over there and sit for a while. Let Hui Lang buy a map of the Yan dynasty. Then we will know where the pharmacist's guild is. Hearing this, Feng Jiu, who was sitting leisurely on Lao Bai's back, blinked her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, she saw something thrown at her. She instinctively caught it, and when she looked down, she was stunned. It was actually a handkerchief with some seasonal fruits wrapped in it. She raised her head and looked around. She saw a few girls on the second floor looking at her shyly with bright eyes. When they saw her looking at them, they even revealed a shy smile at her. Seeing this, her eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, returning a charming smile. After that, she even picked up the handkerchief in her hand that was wrapped with fragrant fruits and sniffed it with an intoxicated expression, causing the women to scream out in excitement. Some of them even crazily wrapped the handkerchief in their hands with some fruits and threw them at her. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared on the street. The women on the roadside, and even the young women in the shops and tea houses on both sides of the street, used handkerchiefs to wrap cantaloupes and small fruits and threw them to the handsome red-clothed noble young master sitting on the back of the white horse. In order to avoid being hit, Feng Jiu could only reach out and catch them one by one. When he opened them, he saw that they were all fruits and the like. Seeing this, his handsome face couldn't help but reveal a little pride. He softly said, "This young master's charm is boundless. There are so many fruits, I don't even need to buy them." With a smile on his face, Lung Hua took out a basket and put the melon seeds into it. The basket was filled with red and green melon seeds. Coupled with the handkerchief, the peddlers and shopkeepers on both sides of the street were surprised and murmured, "Who is that? Where did this handsome, noble young master come from? This group of people seems to have just entered the city, right? More than half of the women in the city have come out. They're really capable." Hui Lang and Ing Yi, who were following beside him, saw this and the corners of their mouths twitched. Then they looked at their master's dark face and his entire body emitting a cold aura. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 505. Finally, they arrived at the restaurant. Feng Jiu handed Lao Bai over to the waiter to tie him up. Little Tun Yun followed him inside. When she turned around to look, she was startled. There were actually dozens of young women behind her, all of them looking at her with adoration in their eyes, causing the smile on her lips to immediately stiffen. "Young master, where did you come from?" "Young master, my family owns an inn. It's right in front. If young master and the others want to stay, I won't charge you." "Young master, my family is a wealthy family in the city. There are a few courtyards that are unoccupied. Would young master like to stay in my residence temporarily?" Young master, their questions were filled with eagerness and excitement. They all surrounded her. Feng Nine smiled awkwardly as she was stared at affectionately by all those pairs of eyes. She looked at Ling Mohan for help. Unexpectedly, he snorted coldly and walked in by himself. Ladies, I appreciate your kind intentions. Please go back. She flashed a smile at them and hurriedly left behind a sentence. Then, she hurriedly entered the restaurant and walked towards the room on the second floor. Hui Lang and the others stopped her. They only turned and followed after Fengjiu when she went up to the room. Seeing this, the women gradually dispersed, but there were still one or two who were unwilling to leave. They kept looking at the second floor from time to time, hoping that Fengjiu would come out again so that they could take a look at her. Fengjiu sat down at the table in the room. She sighed softly. The women in the city are really passionate. She was really frightened. Why do they all chase after her? Didn't you enjoy it? Ling Mohan glanced at her and said coldly, It's hard to enjoy a beauty's grace. It's not good to have too much of it. I can't digest it. She smiled and poured herself a cup of water. At this moment, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua walked in. He stood guard outside the room. Hui Lang went to buy a map of the Yin Kingdom. Master, I've washed all the fruits. Lung Hua placed the washed fruits in the basket on the table and retreated to the side. That's quite a lot. She picked up a fruit and ate it while saying to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, Help yourself. There's too much to eat. As she spoke, she casually handed one to Ling Mohan, who was sitting next to her. Here, it's a gift from my admirer. No need. He drank the water and lowered his gaze, not looking at her. He didn't take the fruit. Seeing this, Fengjiu did not insist. After eating 2 fruits, the dishes on the table were almost all served. Because there were not many people, she asked Lung Shuang and Lung Hua to sit down and eat together. She then shouted outside, Yi, come in and eat together. Let's eat while waiting for Hui Lang. Yi, who was outside, did not dare to go in. Let him eat at the same table as the master. It would be strange if he could eat it. No need. They'll find their own food when they're hungry. Ling Mohan said as he poured the wine and ate with the dishes. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua did not have as many rules as them. Fengjiu asked them to sit down and eat. They did not stand on ceremony and took whatever they wanted to eat. It was slower than they expected. Hui Lang waited until they were full before coming back. Master, Ghost Doctor, this is the map of the Yin Kingdom. The address of the Pharmacist Guild is here. I've seen it. If we take the airship, we should be there in half a day. He pointed to a place marked on the map and said, Okay, then let's go after eating. Chapter 506. Hui Lang Xingyi also ordered a few dishes. After the 2 of them had eaten, the group left again. This time, because they had entered the border city of the Yin Kingdom, the airship could be taken out and used directly. Fengjiu flicked his sleeve, and a luxurious airship appeared. Just as the crowd was exclaiming, the group of people boarded the airship one after another. Lao Bai and the cloud-swallowing beast had already jumped on skillfully and found a place to lie down. Look, that airship is so luxurious. Those people are really from the aristocracy. Only the aristocracy can afford such a luxurious airship. That red-robed man's temperament is so outstanding. He doesn't look like someone from an ordinary family. That's true. Look at that group of people. They don't look like people to be trifled with, especially that bearded man. He's so cold. Looking at the group of people leaving in the luxurious airship, some of the women were full of melancholy. That kind of person was too outstanding. They were not from the same world as them. After half a day, they arrived at the town where the Pharmacist Guild was located. They got off the airship at the city gate and went on foot. Perhaps because he was frightened by the women in the border city, Fengjiu did not dare to sit on Lao Bai's back to pretend to be cool. He only let Lung Hua hold Lao Bai's hand. As for the cloud-swallowing beast, it naturally walked beside them obediently. Its round and snow-white appearance frequently attracted the gazes of some women and children. Fengjiu saw that it was already evening and the sky was getting dark. He said, It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest for the night and go tomorrow morning. Ling Mohan responded, indicating that he had no objections. Since the 2 masters had no objections, The rest naturally had no objections. Therefore, they found it not too far away from the Pharmacist Guild. After allocating the rooms, Ling Mohan wanted to go out with her, who knew that after knocking for a long time, there was no response. It was Hui Lang who came forward and said, "Master, I saw a ghost." He glanced around and paused. He swallowed back the words "ghost doctor" and said, "I saw the 9th young master take the 2 of them shopping." It would have been better if he didn't say that. Once he said that, Ling Mohan's face darkened. He glanced at him coldly and then turned back to the room. Hui Lang touched his nose and looked at Yi, who was guarding the door. He silently asked, "Did I say something wrong again?" Yi glanced at him and then looked away. On the other side, Feng Jiu, who was in an extremely good mood, walked around the streets with Lung Shuang and Lung Hua. Lung Hua, Lung. It's more lively outside, right? Lung Hua's eyes sparkled, unable to hide his joy. And, "Thank you, Master, for bringing me out." In the past, his health was not good, so he could not go out much. Later on, when he followed his master, he spent most of his time in the mansion. This was the first time he came to such a place and saw the prosperity of a big country. She chuckled and looked around the streets aimlessly. However, she kept turning left and right, as if there was a way to go. The 2 men behind him followed quietly without asking any questions until they came to a place with the words "Black Market" hanging in gold on the door. At this time, the 2 men realized that their master wanted to go to the black market when he said that he was out for a stroll. Chapter 507. Feng Jiu glanced at the 2 of them and said, "I'm looking for your steward." As he spoke, he handed over a token. When the guard saw the token, his eyes narrowed. He quickly took it with both hands and said respectfully, "Young master, please come in. I'll immediately report to the steward." One of them quickly took the token to report to the steward, while the other brought them in. After handing the token to the person inside, the guard left. The person inside brought them to the main hall of the market and served them tea and pastries. The steward, who was chatting with 2 middle-aged men in another room, heard the knock on the door. He couldn't help but scold, "Blind thing, don't you know I'm receiving an important guest?" The knocking stopped. The guard hesitated for a moment, but still reported, "Steward, someone came with a black token and wants to see you." Hearing this, the steward inside was slightly surprised. He looked at the other 2 people. Seeing them nod, he said, "Come in." The guard came in and didn't dare to look around. He only respectfully handed the black token in his hand forward. "Steward, this is the black token of our black market. I didn't dare to be negligent. I've asked someone to bring them to the main hall." The steward took a look and saw that it was the representative of their black market. He couldn't help but be surprised. He handed the black token to the 2 people sitting at the side and asked at the same time, "Who is this person who came with the black token?" "It's a very handsome young master in red. He's about 15 or 16 years old. He only has 2 attendants, 1 male and 1 female." The guard reported, You can leave first." He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. "Yes." The guard left and the door closed. At this time, the 3 people in the room spoke again. "This black token is indeed from our black market. Every black token that is given out will be registered and reported. Moreover, it's not easy for ordinary people to get a black token. How could a young man have such a black token? No matter how he got it, since he came with a black token, I have to meet him." As the steward spoke, he was about to retrieve the black medallion when he saw the middle-aged man move his hand away. The steward looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. "This black token doesn't recognize people." He looked at the steward and suddenly said such a sentence. The steward and the middle-aged man were startled. After a long while, the steward slightly frowned and said, "I'm afraid this is not good. We all work in the black market and should know the rules. Moreover, the young man can get the black token. I'm afraid his identity is not simple. If the higher-ups know, the consequences are not something we can bear. I'll go with you. I also want to know where this young man came from. You actually have a black order?" The middle-aged man stood up, looked at the black token in his hand, and said, "Maybe this black token isn't his." The man next to him wanted to persuade him, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up together, meaning that he also wanted to see what kind of person this young man was. Knowing their thoughts, the steward sighed and said, "But I still have to remind you that if the young man can come with the black token, he is the most distinguished guest of our black market. You can't mess around." Mess around? Ha, you think too much. The middle-aged man smiled and made a gesture to let him go first. Chapter 508. When they arrived at the entrance of the great hall and walked in, the gazes of the three people landed on the young man in red robes. Seeing that the young man was extraordinarily handsome, their eyes flashed slightly, and they walked in without batting an eyelid. The young man sitting on the left side of the great hall was wearing a dazzling red robe that was as eye-catching as fire. His delicate and handsome face was even rarer. The aura on his body was only the aura of profound energy, and it was the aura of a martial grandmaster. For such a young man to have the cultivation of a martial grandmaster, it could be seen that he was a disciple of an aristocratic family and had some talent. Looking at the young man again, he did not sit upright like the other disciples of aristocratic families. Instead, his two knees were crossed, and his two legs were lightly crossed. There was a sense of carefreeness in his laziness, and a sense of wanton unrestraint. Sitting in the great hall, the young man did not have a trace of nervousness or uneasiness. On the contrary, his body emitted a kind of unrestrained and cold aura. It was a kind of unrestrained aura that did not match his seemingly harmless and handsome face. It was this kind of unrestrained aura that made the three people who entered put away their original thoughts. As for the man and woman standing behind him, they were directly ignored by them because their strength was simply not enough to look at. Hee, I've made you wait. The manager collected his thoughts, and a warm smile appeared on his face. He did not care that the other party was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth, and stepped forward to cup his hands in greeting. "My surname is Huang, and I'm the manager of this black market. May I know how to address you?" From the moment they entered, Fengjiu had sensed that they were sizing her up, but she did not pay them any attention. At this moment, after taking a sip of tea, she raised her eyes to look at them. Her gaze swept past the two people behind Manager Huang and landed directly on Manager Huang. With an indifferent glance, she could tell that he was a cultivator of the golden course stage. The higher the rank of the black market of another country, the higher the strength of the manager. She was not surprised that he had such strength. As for the two people behind him, they were also cultivators of the golden core stage, and their cultivations were in the intermediate stage. However, why did she feel so displeased when one of them looked at her? I wonder if Manager Huang is here to receive a guest, or is he here to see me? She lowered her gaze and asked casually as she held the teacup in one hand and gently scraped the tea with the lid of the teacup with the other. Hearing this, Steward Huang's eyes flickered. He smiled and said, "Haha, I haven't introduced them to you yet. These two are the deacons of the Great Yin Black Market. They are here to discuss some matters with me." Coincidentally, they heard that someone brought the black token here. Out of curiosity, they came along. "I hope you don't mind." "Oh, so you're also from the black market?" Only then did she nod her head. She put down her teacup and stood up. Her gaze fell on the two people as she said, "I have something to discuss with Manager Huang. Should the two of you leave for a moment?" "Actually, I also happen to have something to discuss with young master, and would like to take up some of young master's time," the middle-aged man said, his gaze falling on Fengjiu. He had no intention of avoiding him. Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man who had looked at her from the moment he came in. She brushed her robe and sat back on the chair again. Leaning against the back of the chair, she asked with some interest, "What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me about it. I wonder if this black token belongs to young master or your father." "Or your father's?" the middle-aged man asked directly. Chapter 509. If it's yours, young master, I would like to discuss with young master and borrow young master's black token. Of course, I won't let young master suffer any losses. So long as young master names a price, I can rent it at a high price. Perhaps because he saw that Fengjiu was young, the middle-aged man actually spoke such words. As soon as he spoke, the person beside him and Manager Huang couldn't help but glance at him. Their lips moved, but they didn't say anything. Instead, their gazes fell on the young man in red. However, Feng smiled when he heard this. He didn't answer the middle-aged man. Instead, he looked at Manager Huang and asked curiously, "Can the black market's black tokens be rented out like this?" Manager Huang smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the middle-aged man and then said to Feng, "Young master, the black market doesn't have such an example." As soon as he finished speaking, he said to the middle-aged man, "You should go to the private room and wait for me." However, the middle-aged man slightly frowned. He glanced at Manager Huang and said, "This matter is not impossible. As long as this young master agrees, it will become a private transaction. Moreover, I don't need a long time. 1 month is enough." Although they were black markets attendants, they generally carried out business outside. Their positions were different from those of the black market's attendants. If they had the convenience to obtain the black market's black tokens, he wouldn't have seized the opportunity before him. Actually, in his opinion, although the young man in red had an outstanding temperament, he was young and inexperienced. If he gave him enough benefits, he wasn't afraid that the young man wouldn't agree to this transaction. When she saw that the middle-aged man still didn't give up and wanted her black token, she curled her lips and looked at Manager Huang. "Where's my black token?" When he heard this, Manager Huang recalled that the black token was still in the hands of the middle-aged attendant. He hurriedly said, "Brother Su, quickly return the black token to this young master." "Old Su, return the black token to this young master. We can think of another way," the middle-aged man at the side said. After all, he knew that renting the black token wasn't appropriate. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the middle-aged man, surnamed Su, glanced at Feng and paused for a moment. He then took out a black token from his sleeve and handed it to Feng, saying, "This is the young master's black token. Please keep it well." Feng glanced at the middle-aged man who had been staring at her face. She smiled and took the black token. However, when she took it, her eyes couldn't help but move slightly. She looked at the black token in her hand, raised her eyebrows, and asked with a faint smile, "This is my black token?" Once those words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 people changed, especially Manager Huang. He quickly took it and looked at it. When he did, he could not help but be slightly stunned. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname, Su, who had a tense expression. "Brother Su, this," the middle-aged man at the side frowned as well when he saw this. He glanced at the middle-aged man with the surname Su before glancing at the black command token in Manager Huang's hand, and he seemed to be lost in thought. "Young master, what do you mean? This isn't your black token. Could it be that it's fake?" The middle-aged man's face turned gloomy. The pressure of a golden core cultivator emanated from his body and enveloped Feng. When she felt the pressure, Lung Shuang's already icy cold face became even colder. She glanced at her younger brother and saw that he was forcefully enduring the pressure without moving. However, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. When she saw this, she glanced at the middle-aged man. Chapter 510. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Feng did not fly into a rage, nor did she attack. Instead, she revealed a strange smile and took the black token from Manager Huang's hand. She looked at it and said, "Yes, look carefully. It seems to be mine. That's right, this is a black token. Who would dare to fake it?" She smiled and stood up. Under the slightly surprised gazes of the others, she looked at Steward Huang and said, "Steward Huang, do you have time now? I have something I need your help with." "Young master, that black token." Manager Huang was stunned. He wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Feng. "Since you've seen the black token, it's fine." As she spoke, she looked at the 2 people at the side. "I say, shouldn't you 2 leave first? Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first." The middle-aged man with the surname Su said and walked out without waiting for Manager Huang to say anything. When the other middle-aged man saw this, he paused for a moment and also cupped his hands. His gaze paused on Feng before he turned and left. Seeing the 2 people leave, Manager Huang opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Feng. He sighed and didn't know what to say. He could only ask, "Young master, what is it that you need the black market's help with?" A real black token was actually replaced with a fake one after a trip to the black market. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. Moreover, he actually carried a fake black token with him. If he didn't report this matter, he was afraid that it would cause trouble in the future. Also, was this young man really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? Was he just going to watch his black token being traded away? He clearly saw that it was not the original one, but he still smiled and accepted it. Could it be that he was frightened by his aura? He couldn't help but look at the young man with a smile on his face. He was puzzled. Fengjiu toyed with the black token in her hand. Her slightly curved lips had a strange smile that no one could guess. A calculating light flashed through her half-closed eyes. She was as cunning as a fox. How could she really suffer such a loss? Steward Huang, I'm here to ask you to investigate a person for me. She smiled and looked at the steward, who was worried. May I know who young master wants to investigate? With the power of the black market, not to mention investigating a person, it would not be a problem to investigate an entire clan. A woman called Su Shi. I want to know where her family is, as well as everything related to her and her recent movements. When he heard this, Steward Huang's first thought was that this young man couldn't have stolen his father's black token to chase after the young lady, right? Thinking of the fake black token, he had a headache and said, Young master, do you have a portrait of the girl you're looking for? Or what was his last name? No matter how powerful the black market is, it won't be easy to find just a name. A portrait. She had a strange expression on her face. She didn't know how many years her grandfather had kept that painting of a beauty. The woman in the painting was probably about the same age as her grandfather now. It was useless even if she had seen the painting when she was young. Chapter 511. Hearing this, Manager Huang nodded. That's even better. Thus, he got someone to prepare a brush, ink, and paper for Fengjiu to draw the person. After a long while, Fengjiu handed the portrait to him and said, I'll be staying here for a while. Yes, I'll be staying at the 5 Blessings Inn. If there's any news, send it there. Hurry up with this matter. I'll be waiting for it. All right, I'll get someone to investigate right away. Manager Huang responded and walked out of the hall with the portrait. After instructing his subordinates, he handed the portrait to an old man and walked back into the hall. He looked at Fengjiu, who was sitting there and playing with the fake black token in his hand, and sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to speak, he was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his eyes widened. He saw that the young man had crushed the black token with one hand, and it directly turned into ashes that scattered all over the ground. Seeing this and his actions, Manager Huang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He kept muttering in his heart, It's over, it's over. He felt that this young man was not someone to be trifled with. Although that black token was fake, it was not made of ordinary materials. But now, it was directly crushed into powder by this young man. Fengjiu blew away the powder on his hands and took the wet cloth from Long Hua to wipe his hands. Only then did he look at Manager Huang, whose eyes were wide with shock, and said with a smile, Manager Huang, there's one more thing you have to report. WHWH, what is it? Manager Huang looked at the young man's fake smile and even stuttered a little when he spoke. Who could tell him what was going on with this young man whose aura had suddenly changed? What was going on with this young man who was exuding a powerful and intimidating aura? Just now, he was actually wondering if this young man had been frightened by Old Su's golden core aura. But now, looking at the aura and pressure emanating from his body, his legs were actually trembling. How terrifying. What a strange young man. Where did he come from? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my black token was stolen. You can report it. Get someone to help me look for it. Steward Huang was dumbfounded. This young man turned around and did such a thing. Could it be that he had been waiting here for a long time? Hearing the carelessness in his voice, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Young master, this matter. He wanted to say that all the black tokens in the black market were the same. If you lost it, there was no evidence. Other than reporting the loss, it wouldn't be easy to find the original one. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, she heard the young man's voice again. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to tell you that apart from me, no one else can use my black token. Well, what? Steward Huang cried out in shock, and his face instantly turned pale. Initially, only his legs were trembling, but now his entire body was trembling. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He looked in shock and horror at the young man who was smiling innocently in front of him. He could only feel his teeth chattering. That black token, if that black token was really as the young man in front of him said, that apart from him, no one else could use it, then that was a level 1 black token. However, he had only seen that it was a black token earlier and didn't notice that there was a level 1 mark on the black token. But now, looking at the young man's expression and hearing his tone, it was clearly a level 1 black token. A level 1 black token, with blood as the pattern. On that token, only the owner of the black token could activate the blood pattern. Chapter 512. Fengjie was suddenly in a good mood when she saw how frightened Steward Huang was. She chuckled and teased, "It's a little expensive, but would you believe me if I said my surname is Ghost? Forget it. I won't talk to you about this anymore. Go and invite your president over. I'll talk to him." She seemed to have only used the 2 words Ghost Doctor when she registered. Actually, when she first received this black token, it was indeed just an ordinary black token, a black token that could allow the black market to treat her as a VIP. However, after she came into contact with President Ku of the Qing Tang Kingdom's black market, he knew that she had a black token and said that he'd help her apply for a first-class black token, saying that she would have more privileges and better treatment. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was just a token, and she didn't really care about it. She didn't expect to encounter such a problem here. She originally thought that it would be enough to leave the investigation to the black market's steward and didn't want to alert the black market's president. However, she didn't expect that someone would have designs on her black token. Who dared to snatch something from her? How interesting. Steward Huang's face turned pale. He was the black market steward, and he was usually in charge of the black market's affairs. However, he was the one who was in charge of the black market. The person above him was the president. If he knew about this, he really didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. However, the young man in front of him had already revealed his identity as a first-class black token holder. Even if he was the black market steward, he didn't have the right to receive him. Thinking of this, he swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Young master, please have a seat. I'll immediately send someone to invite the president." The black market's president usually didn't come out to manage matters because they spent most of their time cultivating. Unless there was something serious that the steward couldn't handle, they would only come out. However, in this case, only the president could come out. He didn't dare to send someone to invite the president. Instead, he went to invite the president personally. He hurried to the president's independent courtyard where he cultivated. He stood guard outside the courtyard and let the guard pass on an urgent matter. Not long after, a man in a gray robe who looked to be about 50 years old walked out. This person was the president of the Dian's black market, a nascent soul cultivator who exuded the aura of a powerful cultivator. "What's going on?" His face was solemn as he glanced at Manager Huang. His voice was dignified and carried the pressure of an expert. The moment he opened his mouth, it caused one's heart to tremble slightly. Upon seeing him, Manager Huang's legs trembled and he immediately knelt down with a plop. He said in a panic, "President, I am in big trouble. President, please save me." To hearing this, his frown deepened, but he didn't let him get up. Instead, he asked, "Tell me clearly." Therefore, Steward Huang did not dare to hide anything and told him about how the 2 men came to look for him and how the red-clothed youth had exchanged a black order with him. At this point, he had a long face and his face was filled with panic. I really didn't know that the Black Order was a level 1 Black Order. Things like level 1 Black Order are extremely rare, and I never thought that it would appear in the Great Yin Dynasty. Moreover, the person who owned it was a youth. A red-clothed youth? After hearing Steward Huang's description, a hint of surprise appeared in the president's eyes. It was as if he had thought of something. His expression became a little excited as he hurriedly asked, "Where is that young man now?" Chapter 513. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. Fengjie, who was sitting in the main hall drinking tea, looked up and saw a man in gray robes around 50 years old standing in front of her. Without waiting for her to speak, the other party glanced at her and laughed loudly, cupping his hands in greeting. I didn't know that the ghost doctor had come from afar. If there is anything that I have neglected, I hope that the ghost doctor will not blame me." Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. "You are the president here?" He actually knew her identity with one look. He wasn't simple. My surname is Ke. The ghost doctor can call me Elder Ke. He couldn't hide the joy on his face and sat down on the main seat. "Ke." Fengjiu's expression changed slightly, asking, "Could it be that you are from the same family as Enchanting Kingdom's President Ke?" Hearing this, he nodded and smiled. "The ghost doctor is wise. You guessed it right with one sentence. He is my clan brother. I heard him mention the ghost doctor before, that's how I knew. I didn't think that the ghost doctor would suddenly come to the Yin Kingdom. It really is a surprise." Hearing that he was from the same family as Enchanting Kingdom's President Ke, Fengjiu was relieved. No wonder he could recognize her with one look. Since he knew her identity, she didn't beat around the bush. She glanced at Manager Huang, who was standing by the door and didn't dare to come in, and spoke directly. "Since that's the case, President Ke, I hope that you can give me an explanation for today's matter." "Ghost Doctor, don't worry. I already know about this matter and will deal with it strictly. The Ghost Doctor's level 1 black order can't be used by that Sioux fellow. As long as I give the order, in less than a day, he will definitely return the black order." He gave his guarantee, and at the same time, he shouted at Manager Huang, who was standing by the door, "Get in here." Manager Huang's face was pale. He only heard the president call that young man the Ghost Doctor. He only knew that the president was very surprised when he saw this young man, and his attitude changed 136 degrees. The more it was like this, the more his heart trembled. He entered the main hall and knelt down with a thud. Forgive me. Fengjiu didn't speak and only looked at President Ke, meaning that he would do as he saw fit, deceiving your superiors and your subordinates, and you don't even have the slightest bit of discipline. You've reached the end of your career as a manager. From today onwards, you'll be sent to the dark prison to reflect on your misdeeds for 10 years. Chairman Ke shouted. With a wave of his hand, his robes fluttered and a gust of wind blew him away. "Men!" 2 black figures appeared in the hall in a flash. They bowed respectfully and lowered their heads to await the order. "Pass down the order. Check every single one of the joints. If you see a cultivator surnamed Sue with a grade 1 black token, capture him and bring him back." Once the order was given, the 2 of them respectfully responded and instantly disappeared. Only then did Chairman Ke look at the red-clothed Fengjiu, saying, "I heard that the Ghost Doctor is currently staying at the 5 Blessings Inn. How could staying in it be more comfortable than staying in the black market? Why don't the Ghost Doctor move into the black market? There are plenty of empty courtyards in the black market. It's quiet and comfortable to stay here. It'll also allow this Ke to play the role of a host and properly entertain the Ghost Doctor. No need, it's more convenient to stay in an inn." She waved her hand and stood up, saying, "I've already wasted quite a bit of time here. It's already quite late, so I'll take my leave first." Hearing that, Chairman Ke hurriedly stood up to send her off, saying, "I'll send the Ghost Doctor off." "That's right, Ghost Doctor, don't worry. I'll get them to speed up the investigation. We must satisfy the Ghost Doctor in the shortest time possible." Chapter 514. He knew her identity from Enchanting Country's President Ke and was familiar with her. Naturally, he knew that she could concoct pills and make medicine. Looking at his expression, it was most likely that he was either asking for pills or medicine. She'd better pretend she didn't see it. Seeing Fengjiu walk out and ignore his hesitant expression, President Ke couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Ghost Doctor's personality was just as his clan brother said, strange, but also wise and far-sighted. He clearly knew what he was thinking, but didn't say anything or expose him. He just pretended he didn't see it and walked away. Only he could do such a thing. Sighing softly in his heart, he followed behind to send them out. He originally wanted to speak, but felt that it wasn't good to ask for pills the first time they met. Now that he knew where he lived, he resisted the urge and changed his visit to the 5 Blessings Inn early in the morning. When the people of the black market saw that it was actually the president who personally sent the red-clothed youth out, they couldn't help but look at them, secretly guessing the red-clothed youth's identity. At this time, Feng 9, who had arrived at the entrance of the black market, stopped and said to President Ku, "President Ku, you can call me young Master Feng. As for my identity and my whereabouts, I don't want others to know." Hearing this, President Ku hurriedly replied, "Yes, ninth young master, don't worry. I know what to do." Feng Jiu nodded. Seeing that the sky outside had darkened, he thought of the man she had forgotten in the inn and couldn't help but feel guilty. He hurriedly brought Lung Shuang and Lung Hua back. President Ku watched his figure disappear on the street before turning back, secretly thinking, how can I ask for the ghost doctor's pills? He had been stuck in the second level of nascent soul for a long time and only lacked a pill that could help him break through. He had heard that the ghost doctor was good at this type of pill, but it wouldn't be easy to ask for pills. His personality was strange and strange. Take today's matter as an example. If he had revealed his identity early on, none of this would have happened. However, he just watched and allowed the situation to develop. As a result, the cultivator with the surname Su, who exchanged his black token, would have to suffer. He didn't need to personally teach the ghost doctor a lesson. Their black market would have to give him an explanation. This kind of method, this kind of scheming, made him understand for the first time what his clan brother meant when he said that the ghost doctor's personality was strange and strange. Meanwhile, in the inn, the Yama Lord's chilling aura was enough to turn the temperature of the room from summer to winter. Looking at his master, who was sitting at the table and drinking who knows how much tea, Grey Wolf did not dare to open his mouth, nor did he dare to relax. He could only stand tensely at an inconspicuous side and wait. Why are you waiting here? There was no other reason. Because his master would ask him to go out every once in a while to see if the ghost doctor had returned. Ever since the ghost doctor went out shopping, he didn't know how many times he had walked out of the room to check next door. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw his master, who had drunk another cup of tea, put down the teacup heavily and stood up. He was so shocked that his heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, Master, what's wrong?" Ling Mohan glanced back at him and walked out of the room without a word. He went to the first floor and sat down at the table closest to the door. Chapter 515. It's getting late. I think she should be back soon. As Ingyi spoke, he glanced at his master downstairs and walked down as well. Hearing this, Hui Lang glanced at the sky outside and muttered, "I'm just afraid that she's having too much fun outside and has forgotten that master is still waiting for her at the inn." He thought to himself, AI, with these two like this, why don't they just stay in the same room? That way, if the ghost doctor goes out, master will be the first to know. As he walked down, he kept looking outside. When he reached the first floor, he didn't stay by his master's side. Instead, he waited outside to see if the ghost doctor would appear on the main street. Waiting for someone was the most stressful thing. It wasn't a long time, but it felt like time was passing very slowly. A long time had passed, but the person they were waiting for still hadn't returned. Looking at his master, who was sitting there drinking wine, Grey Wolf beckoned the waiter over and asked him to serve a few dishes for his master. After waiting for about half the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, when he saw a red figure appear in his line of sight, Hui Lang cheered and immediately turned to shout to his master inside, "Master, the ninth young master is back." His joyful expression and tone, as well as his words, caused the guests who were drinking and chatting on the first floor of the inn to look back in surprise and curiosity. Because he looked like he was shouting, "Master, the madam is back." But the person he was shouting was the ninth young master, a man. "Master, Hui Lang seems to be waiting for us." Lung Hua saw Hui Lang at the entrance of the inn from afar and was a little surprised that he was waiting there. But thinking about it, perhaps it wasn't him who was waiting for them, but rather the Yama Lord who was waiting for his master. Feng Jiu weighed the things in his hands and couldn't help but laugh. "I'm guessing that arrogant fellow is throwing a tantrum again." Hearing this, Lung Hua and Lung Hua looked at each other and smiled. Yes, the Yama Lord was such a cold and domineering person, but when he met their master, it was as if he changed into a different person. What narrow-mindedness, what arrogance, all of these could be seen in him. Hui Lang was right. Only when he was with his master would be more like a human. When they arrived at the entrance of the inn, they saw the figure sitting on the first floor even before they entered. Seeing this, Feng Jiu's eyes slightly moved. Hui Lang, who was beside him, and whispered, "Ninth young master, you're back. My master has been waiting for you." Feng Nine smiled and walked towards Ling Mohan after glancing at Grey Wolf. She called out to him with a smile, "Uncle, look what I brought back for you." She weighed the things in her hands, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents as she looked at the man who was drinking alone. As soon as he heard that she had brought something for him, Ling Mohan's deep eyes flashed with a faint light. He almost couldn't restrain himself from turning back to look at that person and the thing she had brought back for him. However, when he thought that she had gone out without calling him, his heart was filled with anger. Therefore, he ignored her and continued to drink. "Uncle, you're not angry, are you?" She bent down beside him and tilted her head slightly to look at him with a smile. Seeing that his handsome face was still covered by his beard, she explained, "I went out to do something. See, I came back with something for you." Chapter 516. Fengjiu sat down beside him and looked at him with one hand supporting her chin. She smiled and said, "I heard from Hui Lang that you like to eat a few pieces of walnut pastry. When I came back, I saw a pastry shop and bought some for you. Try them and see how they taste." Hearing her words, he finally could not help but look at her. His heart failed to live up to his expectations, and his faintly beating joy caused the icy aura on his body to disappear in an instant. Grey Wolf and Shadow, who were watching from the side, were speechless. They knew that the ghost doctor specialized in curing the cold air around their master. As long as she was around, even winter could turn into spring. Looking at this transformation, they were simply too surprised. But thinking about it, it was normal. Who asked their master to be so infatuated with the ghost doctor? Sigh. He had unknowingly fallen into the ghost doctor's love net and was willingly entangled. Oomph. Don't think that you can get rid of me with a few pieces of walnut pastry. If you don't explain clearly, see how I'll deal with you. She obviously couldn't hide her joy, but her face was still proud. As she spoke, she opened the packet of walnut pastry and picked up a piece to eat. The guests on the first floor listened to their conversation and looked at their expressions. Their expressions couldn't help but become strange. One by one, they looked at the two of them, but no one knew what they were thinking. "I haven't eaten dinner yet. Let's talk while we eat," she said with a smile and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Seeing this, Ling Mohan glanced at Hui Lang and said, "Give her a bowl of rice and ask the waiter to add a few more dishes." He paused and glanced at her small body and said, "Add meat dishes and a stew." "Yes." Hui Lang grinned and hurriedly asked the waiter to quickly bring a few more dishes. He then ran to the kitchen and brought out a small bowl of white rice for them. Fengjiu said as she ate, "I just went to the black market and asked them to help me find out where to find my grandfather. I was delayed by some matters, otherwise I would have come back long ago." Hearing this, Ling Mohan raised his wine glass and took a sip. He didn't say anything else. Initially, he had instructed Hui Lang to send someone to investigate, but before he could tell her, she had run off on her own. Looking at her eating with great appetite, he put down the wine glass and picked up the chopsticks to give her a piece of meat. "Eat more meat. You are too thin." Fengjiu ignored him and buried her head in her food. She felt that it would be better to quickly finish eating and return to her room to rest. She couldn't stand his burning gaze. After the meal, she hurriedly said, "It's been a tiring day. Uncle, you should rest early too. I'll go back to my room first. See you tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't wait for him to say anything and went straight to her room on the second floor. Seeing the woman's fleeing figure, Ling Mohan snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the bag of walnut cakes she brought back and went to the second floor. Seeing that they had all gone up, the guests downstairs began to discuss. The way that man looked at the young man was really strange. Yes, that's the way he looks at women, but that young man is really good looking. But the relationship between the two of them is not ordinary. Do you think could they be gay? Ing, who was guarding the door of the room on the second floor, heard the conversation downstairs and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was speechless. The next morning, when President Ku personally came to the inn with a generous gift, he was told that the person he was looking for had left early in the morning. Chapter 517. There doesn't seem to be many people here. She looked at the door of the guild that was completely empty. From the outside, it was very quiet inside, and there were only a few people walking around. Ling Mohan glared at her. Do you think pharmacists are cabbages? That they can be found anywhere? Hearing this, she smiled embarrassedly and asked, I'll go in. You guys find a place to wait for me. There was a tea house over there when I came over just now. I'll go find you after I'm done with the assessment. Okay. Knowing that the assessment would take a few hours, Ling Mohan agreed and gave some instructions. Then, he led Hui Lang and Ying Yi to the tea house. You two follow them. You don't have to wait here. It'll take a few hours. She gestured for Lung Shuang and Lung Hua to follow them to the tea house. Yes, the two of them responded. Because the tea house was not far from here, they could see the main door of the Pharmacists Guild from the second floor. Therefore, they also went to the tea house. At this time, Fengjiu walked into the Pharmacists Guild. After entering, she found a pharmacist who was in charge of reception and told him the purpose of her visit. You're here for the badge assessment? The pharmacist looked Fengjiu up and down, then pointed to a counter on the other side. Go over there and pay the assessment fee first, then come back to get a number. Because the pharmacist badge assessment required the use of spiritual herbs, every pharmacist who took the assessment had to pay a corresponding fee for each level of pharmacist. Knowing this, Fengjiu quickly paid the fee and took the voucher to the pharmacist to get a number. Go inside and wait. You came early, so you got the first number. The pharmacist said indifferently and handed her a wooden card. People came to take the assessment every day, but very few people could pass. This young man was only 15 or 16 years old. He didn't even see how much she had paid and which level of pharmacist badge she wanted to take the assessment. He just gave her a number and sent her away. In his opinion, this young man would not be able to pass the exam, so he did not give him a good attitude. Fengjiu didn't think much of it. She took the number plate and walked inside. When she arrived, she saw that it was a large stone room. There was a pharmacist standing outside. When he saw her come in, he looked her up and down. You're here for the assessment? Wait a moment. The person in charge of the assessment hasn't arrived yet. Hearing this, she nodded. She had never been here before. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, she looked around and smelled the faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Her gaze fell on a closed stone door in front of her. She thought to herself, is the assessment inside? Wasn't the ceiling done too well? Is there any light inside? After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, more than 10 people came in one after another. They were all holding wooden tokens and waiting to be tested. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the pharmacist in charge of the test finally entered the stone room. Bring in the number 1 pill. The apothecary guarding the stone door shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a handsome young man in a dazzling red robe handing over his wooden token with a smile. I'm number 1. At this moment, Fengjiu was in a good mood. Waking up early in the morning was the right choice. At least she was the first person to take the assessment. Go in. The apothecary took her wooden token and opened the stone door to let her in. As soon as she stepped inside, Fengjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. From the outside, it looked like a sealed stone room. However, when she entered, she realized that other than the 4 walls surrounding the room, there was only a blue sky and white clouds above. Chapter 518. The 3 examiners inside glanced at the newcomer and saw that it was a young red-clothed youth. He looked around curiously as soon as he entered the Apothecary Guild. It was obvious that this was his first time in the Apothecary Guild. Seeing this, one of the examiners coughed lightly and said, Come and register. What's your name? How old are you? The examiners only needed to register their name and age. The name was a code, but the age was not. They needed to know the age of each examiner, as well as the rank of the apothecary they were being tested for, so that the apothecaries could easily calculate. At this moment, Fengjiu's gaze also fell on the 3 examiners. Seeing that they were 2 middle-aged men and an old man, he walked forward and bowed, a pure and harmless smile on his handsome face. Greetings, examiners. My name is Fengjiu, and I'm 16 years old this year. The 3 examiners saw that the youth in front of them had a handsome appearance, a clear and energetic voice, and a face that was full of ignorance. However, he was well-mannered and had a sense of propriety. They all nodded inwardly, thinking that this child should be a descendant of a noble family. After the middle-aged man wrote down the name and age, he pointed to a stone door behind him and said, "That's the elixir room. There are all kinds of elixirs. You need to identify the elixirs and choose the herbs yourself. Once you've chosen the herbs you need, go to the refining table over there to refine your medicine." Fengjiu looked in the direction he pointed and nodded. Okay. Only then did he walk towards the stone door. When he pushed open the stone door, he saw that it was another world inside. Although it was called the elixir room, he still had to walk nearly 10 meters to reach the elixir room. Rather than calling it a room, it was more appropriate to call it a 3-story building. There was a small square table in front of the building, and an old man was sitting there, dozing off with his hand supporting his chin. Perhaps it was because he heard footsteps that he opened his eyes. "Show me the proof of payment." The old man glanced at Fengjiu and tapped his finger on the table. Hearing this, Fengjiu took out the payment receipt from earlier and handed it over. He thought to himself that there were a lot of troublesome things to deal with, and it took a lot of effort to deal with them. The old man looked at the payment date. When he saw the amount, his eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. However, when he looked again, it was still the same number. He could not help but raise his head in astonishment and look at the red-clothed young man in front of him. "Go in." He handed the voucher back to Fengjiu and stared at her with a strange gaze until she went inside. Then he whispered, "The fee is actually the highest level. What rank of badge did this youngster take the exam?" After entering the building, Fengjiu felt that there was an expert's divine sense shrouding the 3-story building. It was as if there was a pair of eyes watching everything inside. She did not care. She took out a basket and picked some elixirs that she needed. In less than half an incense stick's time, she came out with 2 baskets of elixirs. Seeing the youngster leave with 2 baskets of elixirs, the old man, sitting at the table, stared blankly. So many elixirs, and they were not ordinary elixirs. Even if he paid the fee again, he would not be able to make up for it. The guild's fees were divided into 3 levels. Generally, those who came to take the exam for the badge would choose the best ones. Even the medicine sect would not have more than 50 elixirs. However, that youngster just went in and came out with 2 baskets in less than half an incense stick's time. Chapter 519. The 3 people in the examination room sat and chatted. Normally, there would only be about 10 to 20 people taking the examination every day. Although some people would need 2 to 3 hours to complete the examination, there would also be some people who would run into problems in the middle of the concoction process and were unable to continue. Therefore, there were people who failed the examination in less than half an incense stick's time. Therefore, the examination was a very leisurely affair for them. Because they were chatting, there were smiles on their faces. When they heard the sound coming from the stone door, they instinctively glanced over. However, when they saw the red-clothed youth carrying 2 baskets full of spiritual herbs in his hands, the smiles on their faces froze. They all widened their eyes and stood up with a whoosh. Just seeing the expensive spiritual herbs in the baskets made them dumbfounded. Those were spiritual herbs from the 3rd floor. Why did he bring them here? There were so many spiritual herbs, and they were all aged. Any one of them was not something that the fee he paid could compare to. Therefore, someone couldn't help but ask, "Fengjiu, what are you taking so many spiritual herbs for?" Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at the examiner who asked the question in astonishment. He naturally replied, "To refine medicine." If he wasn't going to refine medicine, what was he taking so many for? Wasn't this a pointless question? However, this pharmacist guild was really not bad. Compared to the spiritual herbs in the baskets, the fee he paid was not even worth mentioning. Hearing the youth's matter-of-fact words and seeing the youth's expression that clearly said he was asking a pointless question, a few veins appeared on his forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said again, "So many spiritual herbs. Can you refine them all?" You have to know that although you paid the fee, you can't waste the spiritual herbs. You can only take the spiritual herbs that you need for the medicine you want to refine. If you waste the spiritual herbs that you clearly don't need, you will have to buy them at 10 times the price. She frowned. "But I need them all." As she spoke, she had already carried the 2 baskets of spiritual herbs to the refining table. Seeing this, the other 2 examiners finally couldn't bear it and shouted, "You need them? How are you going to use them? Do you know the names and medicinal properties of those spiritual herbs?" 2 baskets of spirit herbs, and all of them are aged. This is no joke. Perhaps thinking of something, Fengjiu, who was originally frowning, looked up at them with a strange expression and asked, "3 examiners, do you know what badge I'm here for? Isn't it just a pharmacist's badge?" One of them said. They hadn't asked him anything since he came in, but looking at this young man's age, he should be taking the examination for the pharmacist badge. The 2 examiners at the side glanced at the youth, then glanced at the 2 baskets full of aged spirit herbs. They shook their heads and picked up the teacups on the table, intending to drink some water to calm down. This was the first time this young man had come to take the test. He didn't even understand the rules here, so don't expect him to pass the test. One had to know that even for a pharmacist, it wasn't that easy to get a badge. Hearing this, Fengjiu grinned, revealing a dazzling smile, and said in a light tone, "No, I'm here to take the Medicine Saint's badge." Pooh! Cough, cough. Chapter 520. Fengjiu blinked innocently and said seriously, "I'm really here to take the Medicine Sage examination. The fee I'm paying is also the fee for the Medicine Sage examination." Could it be that they thought she was here to play because she was young? The examiner who had helped Fengjiu register looked at Fengjiu disapprovingly. However, when he saw the youth's innocent and serious expression, he calmed down and asked in a low voice, "Do you have a Medicine Master's badge?" Fengjiu shook her head, "No." "Then what about the Medicine Master's badge?" "No." She shook her head again. Displeasure appeared on the examiner's face, but he still asked, "Then what about the Medicine Master's badge?" "I don't have it either. I haven't taken the examination. This is my first time at the Pharmacists Association." Although she knew how to refine medicine, she really didn't have those badges. If she did, why would she have come all the way here? When they heard Fengjiu's words, the other 2 examiners couldn't help but say angrily, "You're not even a medicine master. Why are you taking the Medicine Sage examination? You're still saying you're not crazy? You're clearly crazy about becoming a medicine sage. Wasting our time so early in the morning. You get out right now." Fengjiu wasn't angry at all, perhaps because she understood their feelings. She felt that it was normal for them to feel this way. After all, wanting to take the Medicine Sage examination without a Medicine Master's badge was indeed a little whimsical. Thus, she smiled good-naturedly and her eyes sparkled. "Examiners, don't be too hot-tempered so early in the morning. It's bad for your health. You should at least listen to what I have to say." Seeing their stares, she didn't wait for them to speak and continued. "Although it's true that I don't have a Medicine Master's badge that represents my identity, I am indeed a Medicine Master. As for why I directly took the Medicine Sage's badge, that's because I feel that I have the ability to obtain the badge and become a Medicine Sage. Otherwise, these rounds of examinations would waste my time." Hearing this, the 3 examiners who were already burning with anger became even angrier. They felt that this youth was too ridiculous. He actually dared to boast in a place like the Apothecary Guild, and even said that the tests were a waste of his time. Originally, they had thought that this young man's appearance was outstanding, and he was courteous and courteous. But now, looking at him again, they had never seen anyone worse than him. "Good. Let's see how you refine medicine at the level of an alchemy saint. But let me tell you something first. If you waste the 2 baskets of elixirs you brought, you'll have to buy them at 10 times the price." Fengjiu rubbed her nose innocently. She was just telling the truth, but she didn't expect the 3 of them to be even angrier than before. Sigh. She was innocent too, okay? Although she would be staying here for a while, she still had time. However, she didn't want to waste her time in this guild. Thus, she checked the items on the medicine refining platform and saw that the equipment was enough to refine normal medicine. However, to refine medicine that could represent the level of a medicine saint, it was too inferior. Thus, she looked at the 3 of them. "The equipment is too low. Please change it to the equipment of the medicine saint." Hearing this, The three of them could only stare helplessly and were speechless. But at this moment, an aged voice sounded. Change it to the equipment of the medicine saint, and have Elder Yu come over to supervise the examination. Chapter 521. Fengjiu's eyes flickered. He did not raise his head as he fiddled with the spirit herbs in the basket. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. Because of the Grand Elder's words, the three examiners did not dare to say anything else. They quickly changed into the medicine saint's equipment, and one of them personally went to invite Elder Yu. Elder Yu was a medicine saint in the Apothecary Association. His status was extraordinary. It was difficult to find 10 medicine saints in 100 third-rate countries. Hence, one could imagine how rare medicine saints were. This was also why they were so angry when they heard Fengjiu say that he wanted to take the medicine saint examination. They did not think that this young man had the ability to take the medicine saint examination. They even thought that his words were an insult to the medicine saint's dignity. A 16-year-old medicine saint? That was simply impossible. Among the people waiting outside for the examination, there were many apothecaries, grandmaster apothecaries, and even grandmaster apothecaries who came to take the medicine saint examination. There was no one above that. After all, medicine saints were extremely rare. At this moment, they saw the door to the stone room open and the examiners inside hurriedly came out. Because of the isolation of the formation, they could not hear what was happening inside. They could only discuss in low voices. Not long after, when they saw the examiner who had come out earlier respectfully following behind an old man, some people who recognized the old man's identity were so excited that their faces flushed red. They all wanted to go forward and greet him, but they were blocked by the guards beside the old man. When the old man and the examiners entered the stone room, those who recognized the old man were so excited that they were incoherent. That's Medicine Saint Yu. He's the only medicine saint in the entire Great Yin dynasty. I've seen him from afar once. I heard that Medicine Saint Yu usually lives in seclusion. I didn't expect to see him here today. That's right. I've also seen him from afar once. But why is he here? This is the examination room. Could it be that someone can make him personally take the examination? Although another person was excited, he noticed something unusual. The one who went in was a red-robed young man. He looks to be around 15 or 16 years old. He's probably here to take the medicine saint examination. It's impossible for him to disturb medicine saint Yu. Perhaps there's something else. While the crowd outside was discussing, Fengjiu was looking at the new equipment in satisfaction. This was the medicine saint's medicine refining equipment. She took out the spirit herbs from the basket and placed them neatly. Then, she heard an old but vigorous voice. "Young friend, your name is Fengjiu?" Fengjiu's eyes and saw a gray-robed elder. He had a head of silver hair and his face was rosy. He was full of spirit in his wise eyes as he sized her up. She smiled and replied, "Yes. I heard that you're taking the medicine saint's badge." The old man smiled. He did not look down on him, nor was he surprised. He only asked calmly, as if he was an old friend who had known him for a long time. His expression was natural, and his tone was gentle. She nodded, her bright eyes falling on the old man. "Since that's the case, I'll invigilate for you." The elder smiled warmly and retreated to the invigilator's seat. He gestured to Fengjiu. "The medicine saint has 4 hours to refine medicine. Young friend, please refine medicine in 4 hours. As long as the medicine meets the standard of a medicine saint, I'll personally put the medicine saint's badge on you." Chapter 522. The three examiners glanced at Elder Yu and were puzzled. Even though Elder Yu was kind and amiable, but that red-clothed youth was only a 16-year-old youth. To be able to receive such courteous treatment from him, they really could not understand. Moreover, from Elder Yu's words and his attitude, he seemed to think that the youth could really refine medicine at the level of a medicine saint. Moreover, he was only a 16-year-old youth, yet he actually alarmed the Grand Elder. At this moment, needless to say, they knew that the Grand Elder was also secretly observing the assessment here. Hence, they gathered their thoughts and looked towards the red-robed youth. With this look, astonishment flashed across their eyes. The red-robed youth's movements of handling the spirit herbs were extremely skillful, neither fast nor slow, extremely elegant. Thinking of this, a strange expression surfaced on their faces. Elegant? Why would they think so? Although they felt that these two words should not appear here, but the youth's movements, expressions, and mannerisms all revealed a sense of elegance. The entire scene was a pleasing painting. The red-robed youth's appearance was handsome, his expression focused, yet his movements revealed elegance. Every raise of his hand, every movement, and every stroke of his red sleeves was like a painting, inexplicably calming one's heart. What Elder Yu noticed was different from what the three examiners noticed. What Elder Yu noticed was the way Feng Jiu handled the elixirs, as well as the order in which he concocted the elixirs. What he noticed was the concentration in his expression, as well as the confidence he had in his heart. His gaze swept across the spirit herbs on the table, and his gaze moved slightly. What kind of medicine was he going to refine? From Feng Jiu's methods, he could tell that he was indeed a pharmacist, but he did not know what level of medicine he could refine to be able to catch the Grand Elder's attention. This youth was not simple. As time passed, the spirit herbs were processed, and Feng Jiu began to extract the essence of the spirit herbs. If it was refining pills, she really did not have the confidence to succeed in one try. But medicine, that was something she had played with since she was young, so it was not difficult for her at all. However, her method of refining medicine was different from what they had estimated. The pharmacist here extracted the medicinal liquid from a medicine, but she extracted the essence of the spiritual herbs. Just this point alone made the medicine she refined different. When Elder Yu saw that Feng Jiu's method of extracting the medicinal liquid was different from what he had expected, doubt flashed across his eyes. Then he saw that Feng Jiu had actually casually poured all the medicinal liquids he had extracted into it. After going through layers upon layers of steps, in the end, only half a cup of light green medicinal liquid was extracted. Feng Jiu did not care that they were watching, nor was she afraid that they would learn her technique. She only focused on the work at hand. About 4 hours later, she placed the extracted essences on the table and prepared for the final fusion step. Elder Yu was frowning as he looked at the light green medicinal liquid in the transparent bottles. It was strange that Feng Jiu had extracted a different green medicinal liquid from theirs. Just as he was thinking, he saw the youth randomly mixing the remaining 20 over cups of medicinal liquid together. That casual action caused his gaze to shrink. He felt that if those medicinal liquids were mixed together, there would definitely be a reaction of repulsion. This medicine was probably ruined. Chapter 5:23. Smelling the dense medicinal fragrance that made one's mind tremble, Elder Yu suddenly jolted. His eyes widened in shock, and he instantly stood up. He looked in disbelief at the young man who was slowly stirring the medicinal liquid. His eyes stared in disbelief at the medicinal liquid that did not explode due to the incompatibility of the medicinal properties. How is this possible? How'd he do it? Mixing the medicinal liquid in like that. Why didn't the medicinal properties repel each other? Was there anything that he had missed? He actually couldn't see where the problem was. Similar to Elder Yu, the three examiners at the side were also dumbfounded. However, they were not dumbfounded because Feng Jiu's medicinal liquid did not repel each other, because that kind of refining method and steps were already not something they could understand. What they were dumbfounded about was the medicinal fragrance that they smelled. They didn't think that this young man could really refine medicine. Although the dense medicinal fragrance wafted out, Feng Jiu did not stop. Instead, he paid attention to the medicinal liquid and continued to extract the final essence using the distillation method. Time gradually passed, and the dense medicinal fragrance that permeated the air gradually faded. It clearly did not have the previous dense medicinal fragrance, but that refreshing scent seemed to have become purer. Elder Yu watched as Feng Jiu took out the final medicinal liquid from the distiller, and watched as he took out 2 transparent bottles from his sleeves and stored the faint green medicinal liquid. Seeing this, he hurriedly walked over and arrived in front of the refining platform. "All right, please examine it." She took out a bottle for Elder Yu to examine. From the beginning to the end, Elder Yu clearly understood that this young man was a medicine saint. That kind of technique was impeccable, and he seemed to have grasped the knowledge of refining medicine that even he did not understand. Looking at the medicinal liquid in front of him, he could even be sure that this was a medicinal liquid that could be compared to the spiritual liquid. Moreover, he had only used less than 6 hours to complete the refinement. This speed was also out of his expectations. Suppressing the shock and excitement in his heart, he took out a small tube of liquid medicine and compared it. He evaluated it from its color and smell. Finally, he looked at Fengjiu and asked in an excited voice, "Young friend, may I ask what kind of miraculous effect this medicine has?" "This is a bottle of medicinal liquid that can help with cultivation breakthroughs. I've added 2 types of medicine, so you have to be at least a Golden Core Realm cultivator or a Martial Emperor Realm Xian martial artist to take it. It depends on each person's situation. I can't say for sure," she said with a shrug. In any case, she knew that the amount of liquid medicine she took out was enough. Old Yu's eyes lit up as he held the liquid, but he didn't say a word for a long time. The 3 people at the side could not help but ask, "Elder Yu, is this extreme or not? Is the color and smell right?" Hearing this, Elder Yu finally regained his senses. He looked at Fengjiu as if he was looking at a glowing treasure, his eyes filled with excitement and agitation. "Good, good, good, good. A young medicine saint like this, young friend, not to mention these hundreds of third-class countries. I'm afraid that even those second-class countries have never produced one. Young friend is really a natural genius, a natural genius." Hearing this, the 3 examiners were instantly dumbfounded, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This young man actually reached the level of a medicine saint? Chapter 524. Hearing him call her little friend to little brother Fengjiu expressed that it was very stressful to address an old man who was hundreds of years old as little brother. But luckily, this elder Yu didn't give her a bad feeling, so she felt relieved after thinking about it. He called her little brother because he thought highly of her. After all, when he called her little brother, it meant that he treated her as an equal. But she was a girl, all right? The word little brother really didn't suit her. So she smiled and said, "Elder, you can just call me Xiaojiu." "Ha ha, good, then I'll call you Xiaojiu." He laughed heartily. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he was, and said, "Xiaojiu, let's go to the main hall to talk, please." Fengjiu nodded and walked out with him. The 3 examiners were stunned and only regained their senses after a while. The 3 of them looked at each other and hurriedly followed out, leaving the examination work to the other 3 pharmacists of the guild. When the crowd who had been waiting outside for half a day saw Elder Yu and the red-clothed youth walking out while talking and laughing, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. But they couldn't get close and could only watch as the few of them walked further and further away. "Who's that youth?" "That youth is the first person to go in for the examination. Looks like he passed." Even if he passed, Elder Yu and the other 3 examiners don't have that kind of attitude, right? Could it be that the youth's family background is very strong? Once these words were said, it immediately attracted the disdainful gazes of the crowd. No matter how strong the family background is, the medicine saint wouldn't care about it. You have to know, even those from the royal family have to curry favor with him. Why would he need to curry favor with others? The others nodded. That's right, whether it was a pharmacist or a pill refiner, they were all highly respected. No matter how strong a person's cultivation was, they couldn't leave a pharmacist or a pill refiner in their life. Furthermore, no matter how strong a person's cultivation was, they usually wouldn't have bad relations with pharmacists or pill refiners. The guild hall was the place where guests were received. Even the pharmacists who came for the examination were not allowed to enter. Today, Fengjiu was led here by his old friend. The apothecaries secretly sized up Fengjiu while they were serving tea and pastries. They were curious as to why Elder Yu thought so highly of this red-clothed youth. However, they didn't dare to stay. After the tea and pastries were served, they retreated. No wonder even the Supreme Elder noticed you. Hee, such talent is indeed rare in the world. You must be from a medical family, right? Elder Yu stroked his beard and smiled as he looked at Fengjiu. He was thinking about how to rope this young man in. If he could become a guest elder of their alchemist association, it would be extremely beneficial to their alchemist association. Feng Jiu smiled, but did not intend to elaborate. He only asked, "Elder Yu, is my assessment considered complete?" "The assessment is complete. You only need to drip your blood into the badge to verify it." Elder Yu chuckled as he spoke. His voice paused, and he said, "Xiao Jiu, I have something to discuss with you." "Please speak, Elder Yu." She lifted the teacup and took a sip of tea. "Do you want to sell the medicinal liquid you refined? I can represent the guild to purchase it from you. I can definitely give you a satisfactory price." Chapter 525. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled, put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at him. "I'm really sorry. My medicine is usually only auctioned. Moreover, I don't have any plans to sell it." As for the guest elder, her voice paused, and she smiled. "I'm just passing by, and I won't stay here for too long. I'll go back once I'm done with my business, so forget it." She came to the Pharmacists Guild just to get a badge and get a certificate. She didn't plan to be a guest elder or something like that. It was too troublesome, and she hated trouble the most. But this guest elder position is only in name that he still wanted to persuade her. But who knew that Feng Jiu waved his hand? "Elder Yu, you don't have to say more. I'm only here to get a badge today. I really don't want to be a guest elder." Hearing this, even Elder Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He was speechless and didn't know how to persuade her anymore. If it were an ordinary person, they would be extremely excited when they heard that they were going to be a guest elder of the Pharmacists Guild. Only this eccentric young man was disdainful. He had been in the Pharmacists Guild for so many years, but this was the first time he saw such a freak. "Elder Yu, the badge is here." The three examiners walked out. At this moment, their gazes fell on the young man in red, and they felt like they were dreaming. This young man really got the Medicine Saint's badge. Moreover, Medicine Saint. Even they had to respectfully call her Medicine Saint Feng in front of him. Elder Yu looked at the young man, then took the badge and told Feng Jiu how to authenticate the badge. After a series of procedures, he looked at him and sighed, then asked, "Xiao Jiu, you really don't want to reconsider? There are many benefits to being a guest elder of our Pharmacist Guild." When he said this, his old face couldn't help but turn red. He never thought that there would be a day where he would have to use such a method to coax a youth into becoming their guild's guest elder. However, it would be fine if this method worked, but the youth just had to be completely uninterested in the position of guest elder. It was really a headache. However, Feng Jiu kept the badge that had been authenticated, then smiled. "Elder Yu, I'm really just passing by. I won't stay here for long. I appreciate Elder Yu's good intentions, but my friends are still waiting for me outside. I'll take my leave first." There was a smile in her eyes. She was very happy to get the Medicine Saint's badge. However, when she cupped her hands and was about to leave, her footsteps paused. She turned around to look at Elder Yu and said, "Elder Yu, please keep the matter of me being the Medicine Saint a secret. Especially my name. I do not wish for it to spread." Hearing this, several people in the hall glared at him. "Don't spread? Why not spread?" This was a good opportunity to make a name for himself. As long as they spread the news, not only would the great Yin kingdom know about him, but the other countries would also know that a 16-year-old genius medicine saint had appeared in their Pharmacist Guild today. Looking at the young man's serious expression, looking at his sparkling eyes fixated on him, Elder Yu sighed, stood up, and said, "Don't worry. This old man will instruct them to keep this a secret. Your name will definitely not be leaked out." Chapter 526. The three examiners widened their eyes and stared at the youth's departing figure. They only turned around to look at Elder Yu after he had disappeared. One of them asked foolishly, Is this really a secret?" Elder Yu glared at them when he heard that. "What do you mean by really a secret? Did I just say that to fool him? Secret. The three of you, keep this to yourselves. Don't tell anyone else." "Yes, yes." The three of them quickly responded and wiped off their cold sweat. Needless to say, they knew how terrifying it was to offend a medical sage. If they offended a medical sage, they didn't even need to do it themselves. They just needed to take a bottle of medicine and ask a strong person to help them deal with it. They had seen too many of such things and didn't dare to get into trouble. On the other side, Feng Jiu, who had left the guild, was in a good mood. She took a deep breath and exhaled gently. Her gaze turned and fell on the tea house not far away. She walked towards it. Before she entered the tea house, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua came out to greet her. "Master, you're back. Are you tired? Hurry up and rest in the tea house." Lung Shuang just looked at her quietly, his eyes filled with joy. Lung Hua, on the other hand, had a happy smile on his face. He asked her if she was tired after going in for so long and led her to the entire second floor that had been reserved by the Yama Lord. Walking up to the second floor, she glanced at the empty and quiet second floor. Her gaze turned and fell on Ling Mohan, who was sitting by the street drinking tea. She smiled and said, "You're really rich. You can reserve the entire second floor just to drink tea." Ling Mohan looked at her with his deep black eyes. He scanned her from head to toe, and when he saw that she was as clean as she had been when she went in without any accident, he looked away. His deep voice slowly came out of his mouth. "Why didn't you wear the badge when you got it? Haha, do I look like someone who likes to show off? This young master is indifferent to fame and fortune. If it weren't for the fact that I need this medicine saint badge, I wouldn't even bother to take the test." As she spoke, she tossed a badge in her hand. At the same time, she looked at Ling Mohan with a smile on her face. "Let me tell you, when I passed the assessment, that old man you kept trying to rope me in, saying that he wanted to buy my medicine at a high price, and even said that he wanted to invite me to be his guild's guest elder." Hearing this, Hui Lang and Ing Yi, who were waiting at the side, couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at her in astonishment. Even Ling Mohan, who was sipping his tea, had a slight change in his gaze. Once again, his gaze fell on the little woman who was behaving like a little fox with her tail up. He asked in a low voice with a slight smile, "Then what did you say?" He played with the teacup in one hand and looked at her with a smile in his deep black eyes. He felt that with her strange personality, he couldn't expect much from her. When Hui Lang and Ing Yi heard their master ask the question they wanted to know, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva and looked at Fengjiu. A guest elder of the Pharmacist Guild. That wasn't a position that just anyone could take up. Did the ghost doctor agree or not? She should have agreed, right? Only a fool would reject such a good thing. Only Lung Shuang and Lung Hua looked calm. No matter what decision their master made, they felt that it was right. Seeing that everyone's gaze fell on her, looking at their curious expressions, she felt more and more that her rejection of the position of guest elder was a very impressive thing. Thus, she coughed lightly, her small face full of pride. "Of course I didn't agree. I rejected it directly." Chapter 5:27. Ling Mohan's deep black eyes flashed with an "I knew it" expression. His face was obviously cold and stiff, but his thin lips covered by his beard couldn't help but reveal a smile. That smile gradually widened and couldn't stop it from rising. However, he had too much beard, and no one saw it. Hui Lang and Ing Yi were dumbfounded, thinking that they had heard wrongly. What did she say? She said that she directly rejected it? The two of them stared blankly, unable to speak for a moment. They only felt that it was inconceivable, too inconceivable. How could there be such an idiot in this world who didn't want benefits? Moreover, this idiot was actually the ghost doctor who had always been as cunning as a fox. After Fengjiu spoke, she saw that there was something wrong with everyone's expressions. She couldn't help but ask blankly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" At this time, shouldn't they be telling her that she was indeed the ghost doctor, and that only she had such courage? At this time, shouldn't they be telling her, "Ghost doctor, I admire you so much. Only you dared to reject the position of a guest elder in the Pharmacists Association?" Looking at their expressions, it seemed that something was wrong. "Ghost doctor, did you reject the medicine and not let him buy it? Or did you reject that guest elder?" Hui Lang asked cautiously. Fengjiu, who had been made nervous by them, blinked, and with a face full of confusion, she said, "I rejected both." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Hui Lang was petrified, staring at her stiffly. She couldn't help but look at Ling Mohan, who was drinking tea. "Uncle, did I do something wrong?" Ling Mohan took a sip of tea, glanced at her confused face, and said, "There are only 4 guest elders in the Pharmacists Association, and their representative power is extraordinary. Moreover, the guest elder is only in nominal position, but can enjoy the various benefits and protection of the Pharmacists Association. His voice paused, and looking at the dumbfounded woman, a smile appeared on his lips, and he continued, "Moreover, there's a very generous offering and hundreds of precious elixirs every year. Apart from that, you can freely participate in various large-scale activities held by the Pharmacists Association, and you will be treated with respect when you enter the various branches of the Pharmacists Association. As long as there is a branch of the Pharmacists Association, the guest elder will have all kinds of benefits." He played with the teacup in his hand and said, "The Pharmacists Association that you went for the assessment is the main Pharmacists Association and the guest elder position. The significance is even more extraordinary." Speaking of this, his eyes were full of mockery. "I just didn't expect that you would be so indifferent to fame and fortune, and directly rejected it. This old man you. Elder's face, he's who knew that there were such benefits as this can't blame. She had no idea that there would be such a great benefit. If she had known, she would have agreed long ago." Thinking of this, she came to the table, looked at Ling Mohan eagerly, and asked, "Uncle, what do you think if I go back now and ask for the guest elder position back?" However, without waiting for him to speak, she slammed her hands on the table and shouted with a conflicted face, "But this won't do. Where's my modesty? Where's my pride? How can I go and ask for it back? It's all that old man Yu's fault." Chapter 528. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's expression changed. He looked left and right, then pretended not to hear anything and looked at Lung Shuang and Lung Hua. We've been out for some time. Let's go back to the inn to rest and order a few dishes to celebrate getting the medicine sage badge." Lung Hua smiled and said, "Master, I heard that there's a restaurant in the city that specializes in braised pork trotters. It's delicious. I'll go buy a few and bring them back to the inn." Walking to Lung Hua's side, she patted his shoulder and smiled. "You don't have to go. Let Hui Lang go. Hui Lang runs faster." As she said this, she turned around and glanced at Hui Lang. Seeing this, Hui Lang smiled awkwardly. "Ninth young master, don't worry. Leave this to me. I'm the best at running errands. Only the ghost doctor would make a strong Jindan cultivator like him run errands to buy pork trotters. I knew it's best to leave this to you. I'll give you something another day." Her eyes curved as she said this. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly went downstairs and headed towards the inn. This cowardly woman. Seeing her leave as if she was escaping, Ling Mohan couldn't help but snort coldly. He knew that this woman wouldn't listen. He had already said it, but she didn't dare to accept it. Hui Lang and Ying lowered their heads and stood respectfully, pretending not to have heard anything. Ling Mohan got up and walked past the two. His footsteps paused, and he glanced at Hui Lang. "You have to turn in the things she gave you." He dared to accept things from his woman? He must be tired of living. Hui Lang hadn't recovered from a joy of the ghost doctor giving him something. When he heard this, he hurriedly replied, "Yes, your subordinate will definitely turn it in." Ling Mohan snorted coldly and walked down with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Hui Lang exhaled lightly, wiped his cold sweat, and looked at Ying with a sad face. "Why do you think the ghost doctor likes to ask me to do things? Why haven't I seen her ask you to run errands?" This was too good to him. His master was almost dissatisfied. Ying glanced at him and said, "Didn't you just say it? You're the best at running errands. If she doesn't ask you, who else would she ask?" As he spoke, he quickly followed his master in front. The corner of Grey Wolf's mouth twitched. He was the one who said it, so he could only obediently go and buy the pig trotters. On the other side, the manager of the inn was wiping off his cold sweat. His legs trembled as he looked at the president of the black market who had been sitting on the first floor for a few hours. Could it be that the people living on the second floor were blind enough to provoke people from the black market? Otherwise, why would the president of the black market sit here for hours and not leave? Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the voice of the black market's president. "Manager, president, what are your orders?" He's, and he too's to speak him. to him, to thinking and asked. He to him, he to go, 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 go. Yes, he didn't say. The manager wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, but they won't run away. Their horses are still behind. When the waiter went into the room to clean, he saw their little pet locked in the room. He should have gone out to do something. Chapter 529. Chairman Ke looked back and saw that it was indeed the ghost doctor. He quickly got up to greet him. Just as he was about to call in the ghost doctor, he remembered what he had told him and changed the way he addressed him. With a smile on his face, he said, "Ninth young master, you're finally back." Chairman Ke? Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who came up to greet him with a smile. "I know that ninth young master lives here, so I specially came to visit." He smiled and narrowed his eyes. His amiable smile made him look very easy to get along with. However, everyone knew that anyone who could become the chairman of the black market would not be easy to get along with. It was just that he had different attitudes towards different people. "I went out early in the morning. I think you must have waited for a long time." She smiled. Since he was already here, she naturally had to be polite, so she gestured for him to enter. "Please come in, Chairman Ke. I just came back from outside and haven't had lunch yet. Let's go in together." Hearing this, Chairman Ke, who had waited for a few hours, immediately calmed down. The smile on his face deepened, and he hurriedly said, "Ninth young master's hospitality really makes me very happy." As he spoke, a man in a black robe with a big beard came up and stopped beside ninth young master. Seeing this, he asked, "May I know who this is?" "He's my friend. His surname is Ling." Feng Jiu smiled and glanced at Ling Mohan beside him. "This is Chairman Ke of the black market." Ling Mohan only glanced at President Ke and then walked inside without even saying hello to anyone. Even so, Chairman Ke didn't dare to show any displeasure on his face, because when that man glanced at him, that deep and sharp gaze swept past him. He felt as if he was enveloped by a cold aura, causing him to be startled. Just one look was enough to make him feel scared. This man was definitely not an ordinary person. "I'm sorry, he's like this." Feng Jiu smiled apologetically. It's okay. Chairman Ke chuckled and followed him inside. Lung Hua asked the innkeeper to prepare some food and wine and send it to the room on the second floor. The innkeeper didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly ordered the waiter to give the order. In his heart, he let out a light sigh. It was fine as long as they weren't here to cause trouble. He was just afraid that the inn would be smashed. In the room on the second floor, Feng Jiu, Ling Mohan, and Chairman Ke sat down at the table in the outer room. After the food and drinks were served, Lung Hua poured tea for the three of them and stood aside quietly. "Ninth young lord, this is a gift I prepared for you." President Ke gestured for someone to bring the gift over. "How can I accept such a gift from President Ke?" President Ke smiled and said, "It's just some local specialties. It's not an expensive gift. Ninth young master, please accept it." If Feng Jiu didn't dare to do so, it would be embarrassing. Therefore, she gestured for Lung Hua to put the gift away and said to Chairman Ke, "Thank you very much, Chairman Ke. Forgive me for being presumptuous. In fact, I've come to visit today because I have a request." He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at Ling Mohan, who was quietly drinking tea, and looked at Chairman Ke with a smile. Chairman Ke is the chairman of the black market. If it's something that even Chairman Ke can't do, I'm afraid I can't help. Chapter 530. Seeing this, Feng Jiu had no choice but to say, "President Ke, tell me about it. To be honest, my cultivation has been stagnant ever since I entered the nascent soul stage. I haven't been able to find the root of the problem. I heard from my clan brother that the ninth young master's medical skills are amazing. It's rare to meet the ninth young master here, so I'd like to ask the ninth young master to take a look at me." "Oh." Feng Jiu was surprised. She originally thought that he wanted to ask for a pill, so she rejected him directly. She hadn't been refining pills recently, and her control of pills wasn't as good as that of medicine. But since he was asking for help, there was no harm. "Show me your hand." She motioned for him to show his wrist. Hearing this, President Ke was overjoyed. He immediately rolled up his sleeves slightly, exposing his wrist on the table. He watched as the ghost doctor raised her hand to take his pulse, but at this moment, cough. A light cough was heard, startling him and the ghost doctor. They glanced at Ling Mohan, who was staring at them with one hand on his lips and slowly putting it down after a light cough. They didn't understand what was going on. Ling Mohan glanced at the two of them. His deep gaze swept across the room and landed on Lung Hua. He ordered in a deep voice, "Why aren't you getting a handkerchief for your master?" Hearing this, the few people in the room were instantly petrified. The shock on their faces couldn't be concealed, especially President Ku, who opened his mouth wide in shock. He looked at the bearded man dumbfoundedly. What did this mean? Could it be that he couldn't let the ninth young master's hand touch his? Her lips moved, and she wanted to ask, but when she saw the cold gaze of the man who was sitting upright, she felt a chill run down her spine, and her whole body withered in an instant. Hearing this, Lung Hua glanced at his master, then took out a thin handkerchief from his sleeve to cover President Ku's wrist. He explained, "My master has always been like this when he takes a pulse. I didn't know the ninth young master's rules. Fortunately, this young master Ling reminded me." He smiled sheepishly. As the president of the black market, he was afraid of the bearded man. No one would believe him, even if he told them. Feng Jiu glanced at Ling Mohan with a faint smile, then stretched out a few fingers and pressed on Chairman Ku's wrist. After feeling, she couldn't help but be startled. Then, she smiled and said, "Chairman Ku, don't be too nervous. Relax, your pulse is beating too fast. I can't diagnose it accurately." "Oh, okay." Although he responded like this, he couldn't relax when he saw the bearded man's eyes staring at them. Seeing that, Feng Jiu could only shake his head helplessly and withdraw his hand. "This won't do. We can't find anything. Let's eat first and search later." As she spoke, she looked at Ling Mohan and asked with a teasing smile, "Uncle, I see that you've been coughing a lot recently. Is it because you're old and your health isn't too good? Do you want me to show you?" Hearing this, Ling Mohan looked slightly uncomfortable and picked up the teacup to drink again. His eyes looked to the other side, and he didn't respond to her words. Chairman Ku looked back and forth between the two of them. Seeing their strange expressions, a thought came to his mind. These two aren't gay, are they? Chapter 531. During the meal, Ling Mohan constantly helped Feng Jiu to put food in his bowl. President Ku ate and talked with him. After the meal, he felt like he had eaten something, but he didn't know what he had eaten. In short, he didn't know what to eat. Feng Jiu saw that President Ku had been in a nervous state with Ling Mohan here. He couldn't help but smile and looked at the person sitting upright. "Uncle, why don't you go out for a walk? To help with digestion?" Hearing her words, Ling Mohan glanced at her and then looked at Chairman Ku, who was a little tense. Under his gaze, President Ku hurriedly said, that, "Why don't I?" Before he finished speaking, the bearded man had already stood up and walked out without saying a word. "President Ku, relax, don't be too nervous." She couldn't help but laugh. A dignified president of the black market was actually scared by Ling Mohan to the point of trembling. But that was also true. That guy's pressure and momentum were not comparable to ordinary people, and it was indeed quite scary. President Ku smiled embarrassedly, relaxed his tense mood, and then stretched out his hand. Feng Jiu felt his pulse and frowned slightly. After a long while, he said, "Your body is quite good in all aspects, and there is no pain. The reason why you can't advance and are stuck in the early yuanying stage is because you have an old injury in your body. This old injury is damaged and hinders your advancement. Do you feel pain 2 fingers below your left abdomen every once in a while?" Hearing Feng Jiu's words, President Ku was startled, and his eyes gradually widened in surprise. Yes, there is such a place that occasionally hurts, and that place was injured more than 20 years ago. I have asked some doctors, and they all said that it has been too long and they can't cure it completely. I didn't expect that it was caused by this old injury. It is indeed difficult to cure because it has been too long, Feng Jiu said, frowning slightly. It is difficult to cure it with medicine, but there is a way. Ninth young master, please advise. Go and look for a rank 6 vitality recovery pill. Only a rank 6 vitality recovery pill can heal your old injuries. Even medicine can't reach that level of healing efficacy. The level 6 recovery pill was a pill used to heal internal injuries. At the same time, it also had the ability to heal old injuries. However, she was unable to refine a level 6 recovery pill at the moment. Hearing Fengjiu's words, Chairman Ku sighed softly. I've heard of the level 6 recovery pill that ninth young master mentioned, but it's a level 6 recovery pill. Even in the entire Yin Kingdom, you can't find a single one. Although an alchemist was similar to a pharmacist, the effects of alchemy were far more powerful than that of pharmacists. However, it was precisely because of the powerful effects of alchemy that there would be a lot of alchemy toxins. The higher the level of the alchemy, the more successful it would be to refine it. Level 6 alchemy pills were extremely rare even in the surrounding third-class countries. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the major powers and clans. No matter how powerful the black market was, he was only a president. How could he have the ability to obtain such a priceless and precious alchemy pill? Thus, he once again placed his hopes on Fengjiu. Ninth young master, I heard from my younger brother that besides being a pharmacist, you are also an alchemist. Could it be that even you can't do anything? Chapter 532. At this time, she was thinking that after she found her grandfather, she would first return to the Phoenix dynasty to study alchemy, and then prepare to advance to the foundation establishment stage. That should be enough. As for her mother, with her current strength, she wouldn't be able to do much even if she went to a first-tier powerful country. She might as well advance to the foundation establishment stage first. Just as she was thinking, she saw President Ke sitting in front of her with a worried face. She remembered that he was President Ke's elder brother from the Qingting country. President Ke had helped her a lot and even gave her a luxurious flying ship. Thus, after thinking for a while, she said, President Ke, actually, you don't have to worry now. Your injury won't be a big problem for the next 50 years. It's just that it will be difficult for you to advance in your cultivation. However, if it can be cured, advancing to the next level is just around the corner. Who knew that it would have been better if she hadn't said anything? Once she did, President Ke's face turned pale. What? Won't be a big problem for the next 50 years? Then ninth young lord means that there might be a problem in the next 50 years. If you keep cultivating, then your internal injury will continue to be stimulated. So, I suggest that before this injury is cured, it's best to stabilize your cultivation. Don't try to advance to the next level. She wasn't trying to scare him. If he kept trying to advance with an old injury, then his internal injury would also be stimulated. Hearing this, President Ke sighed. Unfortunately, this injury was caused after I entered the nascent soul stage. If it was before the nascent soul stage, then this wouldn't have happened on the day the nascent soul was formed. Saying this, he stood up and bowed to Fengjiu. No matter what, I have to thank ninth young lord today. These years, I have asked many doctors, but no one could tell what the problem was. Now that ninth young lord has mentioned it, I know what to do in the future. Seeing this, Fengjiu didn't know what to say. After giving him a few instructions, he personally sent him out. After President Ke left, Fengjiu looked around and didn't see Ling Mohan, especially when he saw that Ying Yi and Hui Lang were also here without their master. He asked, Where's your master? Why aren't the two of you guarding here? Master said that he's going out for a walk. He doesn't need us to follow him. We just need to guard the ninth young master, Ying Yi replied, standing straight by the door. Ninth young master, my master is worried about you. That's why he told us to guard it. Hui Lang grinned and asked, Ninth young master, you said you wanted to give me something. What is it? Upon hearing this, Ying Yi looked at Fengjiu. However, he felt that she would at most give Hui Lang some self-defense potions. After all, she was a pharmacist and had no shortage of potions. Hui Lang, you've been in the golden core stage for a long time, haven't you? She asked with a smile, looking him up and down. Actually, it's not that long. I entered the golden core stage much faster than the average person. Master gave us a lot of pills to increase our strength. With their master's status, they indeed did not lack those medicinal pills. Therefore, other than their own talents, They were able to advance so quickly with the help of medicinal pills. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach the gold core stage at their age. Chapter 533. Hearing this, Hui Lang replied with a serious expression. Yes, our master status is extremely honorable. Ninth young lord, don't miss this opportunity. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched, and he looked at him speechlessly. Sure enough, like master, like subordinate. Ninth young lord, where's my present? His eyes lit up. Although he had a hand over his present, seeing what the ghost doctor gave him was still worth being excited about. The medicine I concocted during the examination. She took out the medicine from her space and handed it to him while saying, although your master has plenty of medicinal pills, this is also a token of my sincerity. Consider it as thanks for running errands for me during that time. She was referring to the matter of him drugging Murongbo at night. Many thanks, ninth young lord. Hui Lang's eyes lit up, and he happily took the medicine. He said, ninth young lord's medicine can't be bought with money. It's different from the ones my master gave me. However, ninth young lord, can you tell me about the effects and uses of this medicine? It can help you increase your strength. It's only suitable for Aura's core stage cultivators, she said as she walked back to her room. She had gone to Pharmacist's Guild early in the morning for the examination, so she was a bit sleepy now. It was better to go back and sleep first. As she walked into her room, she said to the Lung Shuang behind her, I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't disturb me. Yes. The Lung Shuang answered and closed the door. He then stood outside the door. Seeing Feng Jiu return to his room, Ingy looked at Hui Lang and said, You're in luck. The medicine refined by ninth young lord is definitely not inferior to those people's. If you drink this medicine, you might be able to directly enter the nascent soul stage. Hui Lang was also very happy at this time, but he didn't lose his head. Instead, he carefully put away the medicine. Master said that I shouldn't try to break through to the nascent soul stage for now. He said that I should take root and wait until he says I can break through to the nascent soul stage. At that time, my foundation will be much more stable and my path of cultivation will be much longer. Hey, where do you think Master went? Why hasn't he come back yet? Hui Lang looked around and didn't see his master's figure. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Based on their master's personality, he would rather stay in his room than go out for a walk. Originally, they thought that he would come back after walking around the neighborhood, but who knew that he still hadn't seen him until now. However, what the two of them didn't expect was that after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, their master returned, but there was a woman following behind him. It can't be? Who's that girl? Hui Lang was a little dumbfounded. His master had gone out for a round. How could he have provoked someone like that? She looks familiar, Ing Yi said, staring at the woman behind their master. Familiar? I can't think of it. I only know that if ninth young lord finds out, it'll be terrible. When Hui Lang said this, even Ing Yi fell silent. Ling Mohan's face was slightly gloomy, and his whole body exuded a cold air, but the person following him seemed to be unaware of it. She kept walking beside him, trying to talk to him. After entering the inn, they went directly to the second floor. Ling Mohan glanced at the closed room, looked at Hui Lang and asked, Where is she? Ninth young lord is taking a nap. Chapter 534. Ling Mohan glanced at him, did not answer, and went straight into the room, only leaving a sentence. Don't let anyone disturb my rest. Looking at the door slamming shut, Hui Lang touched his nose and glanced at Ing Yi. Seeing his face in contemplation, he asked, What are you thinking about? That woman, I remember, Ing Yi said. His eyes moved away from the woman below and fell on Hui Lang. Who? He often followed Master. How could he not remember who this woman was? The mentor from a 6-star academy who came from a 3rd-class country, also an admirer of Master. Ing Yi said, looking at the woman downstairs and said, I didn't expect to meet her in this place. Speaking of this, his face was a bit strange. He was thinking, if this woman was seen by the ghost doctor, what would happen? This was an admirer of Master. Oh, it's her. No wonder I thought she looked familiar. Hui Lang suddenly remembered who the woman downstairs was. When their master used the identity of Ling Mohan to mingle in the Qing Tang Kingdom's 6-star academy, This woman was said to have been pestering their master. They had also seen her before, but they did not expect that the female mentor of the Six-Star Academy would actually come here and meet their master. Hey, what do you think will happen if the ghost doctor sees the woman downstairs? Hui Lang asked curiously, his eyes flashing with excitement. Ingy glanced at him. Won't you know when the time comes? Hearing this, although they knew it was true, but at this time their hearts were excited. They were not worried that the ghost doctor would suffer a loss in the hands of that woman. They were just excited to know if the ghost doctor saw a woman who dared to pester their master. What would the ghost doctor do? Jealous? They seemed to have never heard of the ghost doctor being jealous. They could not imagine the picture at all. Angry? This was very likely. However, what made them wait for a while was that Fengjiu slept until the sky gradually darkened, and the streets were lit with red lanterns. Among them, even their master had woken up, walked out of the room, and sat down on the first floor. As for the woman, since she came back with their master, she did not leave. Therefore, when Ling Mohan came to the first floor to drink tea, she was not afraid of the cold air on his body, came to his table and sat down, as if she was familiar with him. Of course, Ling Mohan just sipped his tea quietly and didn't say a word. He didn't even look at the beautiful woman. Until he heard the sound of the door opening on the second floor, his eyes slightly moved, as if he was waiting for something, and sat quietly. Feng Nine, who had just woken up, was still sleepy. Her half-squinted eyes were a little languid. She was wearing a dazzling red dress. The lapel of her dress was slightly open, probably because she had just woken up, and her snow-white skin was exposed. She raised her hand slightly to yawn, and casually asked Lung Shuang, who was guarding by the door. What's the matter? She raised her hand slightly to yawn, and casually asked Lung Shuang, who was guarding the door. Uncle, are you back yet? He's back, he's sitting downstairs. Lung Shuang replied, his eyes sweeping downstairs. Fengjiu heard and walked to the railing to take a look down. With this look, she could not help but widen her eyes. Her sleepiness was greatly awakened, her face full of disbelief and curiosity. Chapter 535. Upon hearing this, Hui Lang, who had been waiting for her to wake up, quickly said, No, ninth young master, please don't misunderstand. She was not brought back by my master, she followed him back by herself. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu blinked and asked curiously, You know her? A stranger dared to stick to uncle? She must have some guts. She is a teacher at Enchanting Kingdom's Six-Star Academy and an admirer of my master. It is said that she came from a third-class country, but I don't know why she has been pestering my master. Speaking of this, he quickly assured, But my master has never been nice to her. Please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand? She rolled her eyes and looked at Ling Mohan, who was sitting down and drinking tea, but did not chase the woman away. A sly light flashed in her eyes, and the smile on her lips was even a bit strange at this moment. No, I won't misunderstand. She smiled and waved her hand. Then she walked down the stairs. Ling Mohan, who was drinking tea, was looking forward to it. He really wanted to know what she would do when she saw a woman pestering him. Jealous? This was unlikely. That woman did not know what jealousy was. Happy? This was more like it. She would probably try to sell him to others. Mohan, my house is in this area. Since you are here, why don't you stay in my house? Staying in it is not as comfortable as staying at your own house. The woman said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. She did not expect that she would meet someone who she had not heard from for so long. If this was not fate, then what was? Uncle, who is this beautiful sister? Fengjiu smiled and squinted his eyes. His handsome and delicate face looked harmless and innocent. When he looked at the woman, he put his hands on Ling Mohan's shoulders. Ling Mohan was stunned. He turned his head slightly and looked at the slender fingers that were as tender as ginger. When a woman heard Fengjiu's words, she was happy, but when she saw that it was a handsome young man who put his hands on Ling Mohan's shoulders and asked with a smile, she was unhappy. She knew that the bearded Ling Mohan hated it the most when others touched him. Just as she was about to scold him, she saw a scene that made her dumbfounded. You're awake? Did you sleep well? A low and deep voice that carried a hint of magnetism sounded out, and it was mellow like fine wine, causing others to be involuntarily intoxicated. But after he tilted his head slightly and glanced at the hand on his shoulder, his deep eyes moved slightly, and he naturally reached out to hold Feng Jiu's hand. He pulled her into his arms and directly held her in his arms, not letting go. Not only did the woman widen her eyes in astonishment, but even the guests on the first floor turned their heads to stare at the two of them in astonishment. However, the difference was that they were a little more clear-headed than the woman. It was as if they knew it would be like this. Feng Jiu's eyes widened. She did not expect this uncle to be so shameless. She wanted to tease him, but who knew that he would beat her at her own game? Wasn't she rushing forward to let him take advantage of her? Chapter 536. Since he wanted to play, then she would accompany him to the end. Thus, she wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in the crook of his neck. Her voice carried a hint of laziness and a hint of coquettishness as she whispered, "Uncle, I couldn't sleep well without you by my side." Ling Mohan's body suddenly stiffened and his whole body tensed up. The hateful little woman in his arms had intentionally or unintentionally sprayed her breath on his neck. That intimate whisper was like a kitten's, and it easily set him on fire. Feeling his body heating up, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Was he getting into trouble? He didn't expect that once he touched her, the self-control that he had always been proud of would go out of control. The most hateful thing was that the little woman in his arms even raised her head shyly and looked around. "Uncle, let go of me quickly. This is the first floor. It's not good to have so many people watching." The face of the woman sitting across the table turned green and white. She looked at Ling Mohan in shock and disbelief, and then looked at the enchanting and charming handsome young man. At this moment, she finally understood why Ling Mohan had always treated women with such disdain. It turned out that it wasn't that she wasn't charming enough, nor was it that she wasn't good enough. It was because he was gay. He only liked men. As for the four people standing at the side, they felt helpless when they saw the two masters playing in front of so many people. These two masters didn't care about the gazes of others when they were playing, so they didn't think much of it. However, when they saw the astonished gazes around them, they felt their scalps go numb. "It's okay, I don't care." He hugged her with one hand and took a sip of tea with the other to hide the smile on his lips. He asked again, "Are you thirsty?" Seeing that he didn't put down the teacup and stared at her with a pair of burning eyes, Feng Jiu's mouth twitched and she smiled embarrassedly. "No, I'm not thirsty." She didn't want to drink the tea that he had drunk. "Well, Teacher Ling, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. I won't disturb you." The woman on the other side finally couldn't stand it anymore. Thinking that the man she liked was actually gay, she even had the heart to die at this moment. Fortunately, she discovered it now. Otherwise, she would still be thinking about how to find him. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at the woman with an ugly expression. She quickly got up and left as if she was escaping. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle, it seems like your admirer isn't that great." As she was laughing, she saw the man's pair of deep black eyes staring at her. She felt guilty and asked, What's wrong? "Just now, you said that you can't sleep well without me." There was a hint of a smile in his deep voice, and a hint of a smile and gentleness appeared in his eyes. Feng Jiu was unable to look straight at his gentle gaze, and he began to play dumb again. Was there? Why don't I remember?" As she spoke, she struggled to jump out his arms, but the arm around her waist held her tightly, and she couldn't move at all. Seeing this, she could only smile embarrassedly and look at him. "Uncle, look, this is the first floor. Everyone is watching." Chapter 537. Hearing this, no matter how thick-skinned Feng Jiu was, she was embarrassed at this time. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face, coupled with her slightly embarrassed expression. It was a pleasing and charming scenery in Ling Mohan's eyes. Ling Mohan did not continue, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. A smile floated on his lips, but because of his beard, it could not be seen. "I'll accompany you to the night market in the city." He stood up holding her hand, and without waiting for her to refuse, he led her out. The four people behind him looked at each other, all smiled, and followed. The guests on the first floor also laughed loudly. After seeing so many of them, they were not surprised. Moreover, from the moment these people moved in, they could see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Sure enough, it was confirmed today. It seemed that their eyes were still very sharp. Even the flirting between the two big men couldn't escape their eyes. Fengjiu woke up in the evening and spent a while on the first floor. At this time, she was led out of the inn by him and saw that the shops on both sides of the street were hung up with red lanterns, and the pedestrians were very lively on the street. So she forgot about the incident in the inn. But why did she feel so strange when she looked down at the man holding her hands, with their fingers interlocked? "Uncle, are you going to take me shopping like this?" She waved her interlocked hands and stared at him with a pair of smiling eyes. "You want to attract the attention of the whole night market." It was estimated that in the whole night market, there would not be a pair like them. Bah. What pair? She was not a pair with him. "I don't care. Why do you care?" He glanced at her, but he was in a good mood. In the past, he had never thought that he would hold a woman's hand and slowly walk with her on the street with their fingers interlocked. He only knew that this feeling was very strange, and it made his heart happy. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the woman who was looking around, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He felt that, with her by his side, it was as if he had the whole world. That kind of satisfaction, that kind of happiness, was something that others could not understand. However, it was easy to win her heart, but difficult to win her heart. What should he do to make her happy? It seemed that he had to think carefully about whether or not he should try the beauty trap. The two strolled until late at night and ate supper before returning home. There were very few pedestrians on the street. Only the red lanterns hanging in front of the shops on both sides swayed gently in the night wind, making it seem very quiet and secluded. Compared to the things in the inns and restaurants, the street snacks are really more unique. "I ate so much tonight that I'm still full." Her face was overflowing with a satisfied smile. Seeing that she was so easily satisfied, Ling Mohan's eyes softened. "Since you like it, I'll take you to eat the local snacks every time we go to a place." When she heard this, her heart trembled slightly. She looked at him beside her, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. "What's wrong?" Ling Mohan asked, looking at her slightly lowered head, surprised by the change in her mood. Fengjiu shook her head. She didn't know what to say. She didn't know how to tell him that she didn't know how to respond to feelings. She was also afraid that she couldn't respond to his devotion and affection. Chapter 538. There were only a few people left on the street, but dozens of men in black suddenly appeared. Each of them was filled with a murderous aura, and they were charging towards them with long swords. Because of the appearance of the dozens of people, the people who were packing up the stalls on the street cried out in alarm. They threw down their things and ran for their lives. The atmosphere of the entire street changed because of the appearance of the dozens of men in black. That kind of bloodthirsty aura and coercion shrouded the surroundings in an instant, causing the air to freeze. Fengjiu, who was protected in Ling Mohan's arms, felt that something was wrong. She patted his hand and said, "Let go of me." The strength of these people was not simple. The lowest cultivation level was in the Golden Core realm, and there were several nascent soul realm cultivators among them. It was impossible for such a strong person to be sent out to deal with her, but to deal with Ling Mohan. No, perhaps it was not for Ling Mohan's identity, but his original identity. Otherwise, no force would send so many strong cultivators to kill him at once. Such strong cultivators must be trying to take his life. That's right, tonight seemed to be the 15th. These people seemed to like to attack on the 15th. They probably thought that Ling Mohan's body was the weakest on the 15th, and that the Millennium Chill in his body would act up. However, they did not know that with her pill suppressing the Millennium Chill, although it could not be cured temporarily, it would not act up again. With the coercion of an ancient mythical beast in her body and Ling Mohan's protection, she was not afraid of the coercion and murderous aura coming from all directions. However, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, who were following behind her, turned pale under the coercion, and blood spilled out of their mouths. Grey Wolf and Ying instantly stood in front of their two masters. At the same time, they released a signal. With a bang, a firework exploded in the night sky. In an instant, dozens of black-clothed men appeared and attacked the black-clothed man in front of them from behind. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, come closer. She quickly ordered them to come closer. At the same time, she released the ancient aura in her body, forming a shield to block the coercion of the strong cultivators around them. Seeing this scene, Ling Mohan lowered his head and glanced at her, but did not let go of her. He continued to hold her in his arms and protect her. The person who came was at least a Jindan stage cultivator. Even though her skills were not bad, he was still worried about her leaving his side. Only by protecting her in his arms could he ensure that she would not suffer the slightest bit of harm. These people are here for you. Feng Jiu frowned and said, they're very strong. Their bloodthirsty aura is stronger than the average assassins, and they're fighting without any regard for their lives. Your opponents aren't simple. Are you afraid? His lips curled as his deep gaze fell on her face. Scared? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. She smiled and asked, if I said I was scared, would you let go? I won't. He hugged her tightly and stared at her with his dark eyes. His low and magnetic voice was serious and domineering. I'll never let go of you, and you don't have to be afraid. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll protect you and won't let anyone hurt you. Hearing this, her heart trembled. Her heart failed to live up to her expectations and started to beat wildly. She stared at him in a daze amidst the glint of the sword. It was as if there was a voice in her heart telling her not to hesitate, not to be afraid, try to believe, try to love. However, the words that came out of her mouth were a sigh. I knew that nothing good would come out of being associated with you. Chapter 539. Feng Jiu rolled her eyes and said angrily, someone wants to kill you. How can you still laugh? She paused and looked at the men in black with a strange expression. How come I didn't know there were so many masters protecting us in the dark? All of them were either at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm or at the Yuanying realm. It felt like there were a lot of them. Where did this guy come from? Even the top families couldn't compare with this kind of power. Furthermore, her vigilance had always been high. There were so many people protecting her in the dark, but she didn't notice them all the way. Was she not vigilant enough? Or were these people good at hiding their aura? You don't know them, but they know you, Ling Mohan said, and looked at the people fighting in front of them. He put his arm around her waist and said, leave this to them. Let's go back first. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at Lung Shuang and Lung Hua. With her blocking the pressure for them, their expressions eased a lot. However, the aura of the battle here was too strong. With their strength, they couldn't bear it, so they nodded. Okay, let's go back first. Hui Lang and Ying Yi protected them as they left, and the men in black who came out to attack them were surrounded and killed by Ling Mohan's men. Fortunately, there were no civilians on the street in the middle of the night. As for the shops on both sides, they had already closed their doors and windows and hid. The battle started and ended in the middle of the night. Back at the inn, Feng Jiu asked someone to prepare water for her to take a bath. After drying her hair, she put on her underwear and called out to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua outside. Come in, you two. Master. The two entered the room and came to her. Feng Jiu looked at the two, who were still pale, although their aura had eased. She took out 2 bottles of medicine from her space and said, drink one of these 2 bottles of medicine each. Rest early tonight. The 2 of them didn't take it. Instead, they lowered their heads. Master, we're sorry. Only at this moment did the 2 of them realize that they might be able to protect their master in the Phoenix dynasty. But outside, with their strength, if they were to encounter an expert, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. However, Feng Jiu smiled slightly and said softly, the weakest of those people is at least in the middle of the golden core stage, and there are several nascent soul stage cultivators moving out at the slightest provocation. Their origins must be extraordinary. Not to mention you, if I didn't have a contract with Xiaohua, I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of such powerful cultivators. Besides, those are all old monsters. You guys are still young. There's no need to rush. Cultivate slowly, and you'll become stronger one day. When she said this, she suddenly thought that if those people were old monsters, then what about Ling Mohan? His cultivation was unfathomable. How could there be such a heaven-defying freak at the age of 25? Hearing her words, the siblings looked at each other, and a warm current flowed through their hearts. Master was still comforting them and encouraging them at this time. How could they disappoint her? Thank you, Master. We understand. The two of them bowed respectfully. After receiving the medicine, they left the room. On the other side, after instructing Hui Lang and Ing Yi to make some arrangements, Ling Mohan came to Fengjiu's room. Seeing her sitting at the table in a daze, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chapter 540. Ling Mohan saw that she was only wearing her underwear, and her collar was still loose. He could not help but look at her and said, "Didn't you say so? That you can't sleep well without me by your side?" He came to the table and sat down. His eyes swept across the room and could not help but fall on the spring scenery. So I came over. Seeing that his eyes kept glancing at her collar, Fengjiu looked down. She had just finished bathing and did not bind her chest. Her underwear was slightly loose, and her collar was faintly discernible. In fact, he could only see a patch of snow-white skin and nothing else. But that man's eyes, since he came in for a short while, had already glanced at her collar twice. Were all men like this? Would they unconsciously steal glances at the spring scenery? Do I look good? Her lips curved slightly as she asked with a smile. Cough. Ling Mohan coughed dryly and looked away uncomfortably, as if he had been caught peeking. How about this? She tugged at her loose inner garment, revealing a round, snowy shoulder. She even gave him a flirtatious look. Ling Mohan, who had looked away uncomfortably, could not help but look at her again. His eyes fell on her seductive shoulder, and his gaze was deep and burning. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you seducing me?" Puffed. Useless. She sneered and glanced at him in amusement. She pulled her underwear up. How dare you come to my room in the middle of the night with such little willpower? Hearing this, he adjusted his mind and glanced at her. When it comes to you, I have no willpower. So, you better not try to seduce me. Otherwise, you can't blame me if anything happens. Have you dealt with those people? She looked at him and poured him a glass of water. Ling Mohan took it and took a sip to suppress the fire in his heart. Yes, they've all been dealt with. His expression was very calm, and his tone was very disapproving. Obviously, this was not the first time such a thing had happened, and he had long been accustomed to it. Tonight is the 15th, and it seems that they all like to pick the 15th to take action. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at him. How much medicine do you have left? There shouldn't be any reaction after eating it, right? No matter how precious the fire attribute elixir is, it can't suppress the 1,000-year cold chi in my body. You must have used the blood of the ancient fire phoenix, right? It was clearly a question, but the meaning behind his words was extremely certain. Yes, smart. She smiled and rolled her eyes. Her tone was a little proud. So, the matter of me stealing your 1,000-year-old ginseng and tricking you is enough to make up for it. You should know that my medicine is not easy to get. Hearing this, Ling Mohan could not help but laugh and said, "If you want anything in the future, just tell me directly. Will you give it to me just because I tell you?" She rolled her eyes and asked with a smile, "Yes, everything that is mine will be yours." He paused and looked deeply at her. "Even if it is me, it will also be yours." Forget it. She smiled sheepishly. Even if she was lustful, she didn't have the guts to pounce on him. When she thought of him being pressed on top of her, that image was too beautiful to imagine. Chapter 541. It's the middle of the night. It's time to sleep. He carried her and walked into the room, ignoring her low cries and struggles. He only put her on the bed when he reached it. Then he took off his outer robe and tore off the beard on his face. He looked at the woman who was hugging the quilt and glaring at him and said, "You sleep inside? I'll sleep outside. You want to sleep here?" She widened her eyes. This man had said himself that he had no self-control when it came to her, but he still dared to squeeze in the same bed with her. This was the rhythm of wanting to ignite a fire with a touch of dry wood. Yes, he nodded, and a smile flashed across his eyes. No, she refused without thinking, like a little tiger occupying her territory. Go back next door. In order to ensure your safety, I will stay in the same room and sleep in the same bed as you for the rest of the journey. Your refusal is invalid. You have to learn to adapt." He took off his outer robe and unbuttoned his inner robe. Fengjiu, who was occupying the entire bed, widened her eyes in shock. "You don't tell me that you have a habit of sleeping without clothes?" She swallowed her saliva unconsciously, and her eyes shone with a wolf's light. She had a look of rejection just a moment ago and was glaring at him angrily, but now she was swallowing her saliva and staring at him with a wolf's light in her eyes. Ling Mohan could not help but glance at her, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "If that's what you want, I'll be happy to accompany you." If you do this, I won't be able to get married." Seeing him take off his boots and sit on the bed, she sighed helplessly. "It doesn't matter, because you will only marry me in the end." His words were domineering, with a hint of a smile, but he did not lie down directly. Instead, he picked up the quilt and wrapped her into a ball, and then hugged her directly to sleep outside. He ignored the woman who was staring at him in shock, and just gently patted her head. "Be good, go to sleep." "How can I sleep when you wrap me up like this?" She widened her eyes and looked at her hands and feet wrapped in the quilt, with only her head exposed. She was speechless. Could she sleep like this? Could she sleep like this? What did he mean by wrapping her up like this? "Close your eyes and you'll fall asleep." He hugged the woman wrapped in the quilt, thinking that this way he would not have any thoughts. "You." Fengjiu opened her eyes, and just as she spoke, her acupoint was hit, and she fell asleep. "You can sleep like this, go to sleep. When I have self-control, you won't be wrapped up like this." He murmured with a smile. He felt that he had to get used to her sleeping by his side for a few days. When that time came, he could just hug her to sleep. That way, he wouldn't have any random thoughts. As the night deepened, Ling Mohan, who was lying on the bed, hugged the unconscious woman who was wrapped in the quilt and fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. Because of the joy in his heart, even when he was asleep, the corners of his lips were slightly curved into a faint smile. Chapter 542. The next morning, whether it was on the streets or in the inn, everything seemed to be normal. There was liveliness amidst the calm. The massacre on the streets last night seemed to be just an illusion. There were no corpses or blood. The hawkers started to set up their stalls again, shouting for business and starting a new day of busyness. Around 7 in the morning, Elder Yu of the Pharmacists Guild and a president of the Pharmacists Guild came to the inn. They asked around and found out that Fengjiu was staying in the Five Blessings Inn, so they came early this morning. When he left for the examination yesterday, the Grand Elder called him over. Even the president, who was in seclusion refining medicine, was alerted. The three of them discussed and felt that they could not miss out on such a genius pharmacist with a bright future. It was rare for him to come to their Pharmacists Guild for the examination badge, and this time he was a medicine sage. A 16-year-old medicine sage. In a few years, he would be even more outstanding. If they missed out on such a genius, they would definitely regret it in the future. Therefore, after discussing, Elder Yu and the president of the Pharmacists Guild came in person. They planned to persuade Fengjiu to become a guest elder of their Pharmacists Guild no matter what. They knew very well that in a few years, the young man's achievements would be even greater. At that time, if they want to climb up to him, it would be even more impossible. "Sirs, this is the president of the Pharmacists Guild looking for the young master in red." The innkeeper personally led them over, his heart thumping wildly. He had been running this inn for so many years, but this was the first time that the president of the black market had come to visit personally. Even the president of the Pharmacists Guild and the famous medicine sage who had come to their inn to look for the young master in red. There were really strange things every year, but this year there were especially many. His heart felt like it had been under attack ever since the young man in red and the others moved in. If this happened a few more times, he reckoned that he would really fall ill. Hui Lang and Ying Yi did not know the president of the Pharmacists Guild and that medicine sage. Therefore, when they heard that the people who came were the president of the Pharmacists Guild, they looked at the two of them in surprise, not knowing which one was the president. While Hui Lang and Ying Yi were sizing up the two guards, The two guards were also sizing them up. Although the two guards were dressed as guards, their aura and cultivation were astonishing. They couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Elder Yu revealed a faint smile on his face and said, "My surname is Yu, and this is our president's president. Today, we have come to look for Xiao Jio to discuss something. Please help me pass on a message." Upon hearing this, Hui Lang came to a realization. "Oh, so you're Yu, medicine sage." He originally wanted to say, "So you're the old man Yu that ninth young master spoke of?" However, after thinking about it, the words that were about to come out of his mouth took a turn. "That's me." Elder Yu did not know what he was thinking, nor did he know that Feng Jiu was hopping mad because he missed out on benefits when he returned. At this moment, he still had a smile on his face as he said, "I wonder if Xiao Jiu, ninth young master, he seems to have slept rather late last night and hasn't woken up yet." Hui Lang said, "No, please take a seat downstairs first. I'll report." Before he finished speaking, Ling Mohan, who was dressed in a black robe and had a big beard, walked out. He glanced at the few people outside the room, and his gaze fell on Elder Yu and the president. He asked in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for her?" "You are?" Chapter 543. Perhaps sensing Ling Mohan's extraordinary aura, the guild president said, "We have something to discuss with him, but it's inconvenient to tell outsiders. Please help us pass on the message." Hearing this, Ling Mohan glanced at them and walked into the room next door. Without turning his head, he said to Lung Shuang, "Go in and tell your master." Lung Shuang nodded and entered the room. When she came to the inner room, she saw her master who was rolled up with only his head exposed. Her eyes flashed, and she called out in surprise, "Master?" "Yes." Feng Jiu answered lazily without opening her eyes. "The guild president of the Pharmacists Guild and Elder Yu are here." When she said this, her master, who was still sleepy, jumped up from the bed and opened his eyes to look at her, giving her a fright. "You said Elder Yu is here?" "Yes, and their guild president is here too. He said he has something to discuss with Master." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes turned and she smiled, saying, "Help me take the blanket away. That guy rolled me up like this. I couldn't sleep well last night." Lung Shuang's eyes flashed with a smile. He helped her take the blanket away and help her wash up and get dressed. A devilish and elegant young master appeared again. Feng Jiu went downstairs. Seeing her appear, Elder Yu and the guild president also stood up. "Haha, Xiao Jiu, you're finally up." Elder Yu laughed as he looked at the young man who came down. "Elder Yu, why are you here?" Feng Jiu asked and came in front of the two. Elder Yu smiled and said, "I've booked a room in a restaurant not far away. How about we talk there?" "Okay." She smiled and went out with Lung Shuang and Lung Hua. On the second floor, Ling Mohan looked at her leaving with them. He retracted his gaze and called Hui Lang and Ying Yi upstairs. Arriving at the side room of the restaurant, Elder Yu first helped to introduce the two of them. Then he opened his mouth and said, "So after the guildmaster found out, he said that he wanted to personally pay you a visit and also wanted to persuade you again that you could be a guest elder in our guild." "That's right, ninth young master. I can raise your treatment to double that of a consecrated elder. I will also report this to the first-class eunuchs and second-class guilds. This way, no matter which country you go to, as long as you go there, you will be able to enjoy the highest treatment of a guest elder. However, if the guild needs your help in the future, I hope that you can help us." The guild president was afraid that he would not like the original treatment, so he said to raise his salary and register him into a first-class and second-class guild. He only hoped that this young man would accept such good treatment. "Is that so?" Feng Jiu frowned. Her face was hesitant, but her heart was overjoyed. Yesterday, she was still complaining that Elder Yu did not speak properly and made her lose such a good opportunity. She did not expect them to come knocking on her door again today. Yes, such an opportunity was not bad. If she rejected it again, it would be unreasonable. Elder Yu and the guild president looked at each other. Their hearts were also in their mouths. They were afraid that he would reject again, so they said, "Xiao Jiu, what do you think? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can tell us." Chapter 544. Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. They looked at each other and laughed. Good, good, good. Then it settled. The guild master directly took out a jade token representing the guest elder. I even brought the guest elder's jade token. Just in time, let's settle this matter and celebrate. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Was he afraid that she would run away? The three of them finished a series of procedures, and the dishes were all served. Because of the guest elder, the three of them had a subtle change in their relationship. Well, to put it bluntly, there was some kind of involvement, and they stood on the same side. Naturally, it would be different from before. The meal lasted until noon. When the three of them walked out of the restaurant, Elder Yu said that he wanted to send Fengjiu back, but was rejected. No need, it's just in front. You can go back. I won't send you off. She smiled and said to the two of them, That's good. We'll definitely have the chance to meet again in the future. The two of them said, then cupped their hands and left, happily heading back to the guild. When they were far away, Fengjiu tossed the jade token in her hand and said with a smile, What's yours will still be yours. You can't run away. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, who were standing behind her, looked at each other and smiled. To them, as long as their master was happy, it was fine. Fengjiu looked at the bustling streets with people coming and going. Her eyes moved slightly. The scene last night, as if it didn't exist, returned to normal. This kind of method, this kind of handling, it was clear that Ling Mohan's background was not ordinary. A noble from a third-class country? Royalty? His identity was probably far more honorable than this. When she returned to the inn, she didn't see Ling Mohan. Only Hui Lang was waiting for them in the inn. Even Ying was nowhere to be seen. Where's your master? Went out. She was a little surprised. That guy actually went out? Master went out to do something and may come back late. He asked ninth young master not to wait for him and to eat and drink as usual. Hui Lang grinned and conveyed his master's words. Who would wait for him? She walked up the stairs and waved at Grey Wolf when she reached the second floor. Hui Lang was surprised, but he still walked up and followed him into the room. Ninth young master, what's the matter? Look. She happily tossed the jade tablet in her hand and smiled slyly. A guest elder has come to your door again, and there are even more benefits. You've earned it, haven't you? My master already knew. He said that the ninth young master would definitely not return empty-handed. Hearing this, she suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Your master is a god. Just pinch his fingers and you'll know. I originally wanted to wait for him to come back and give him a surprise. As she said this, she waved her hand. You can leave. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me. Okay. Hui Lang now obeyed her words because his master had told him that she would be his woman, which meant that she would be his wife. Naturally, he couldn't be disrespectful. After the door was closed, she glanced at the cloud-swallowing beast lying in the corner of the room, and then flashed into the space. When Ling Mohan came back at night and learned that she had become a guest elder, he just smiled. This matter was certain. The Pharmacist Guild wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to win her over. And that night, Fengjiu guarded against him and closed the doors and windows early, so he could only go back to sleep next door. Chapter 545. Ninth Young Master, the information you asked me to investigate has arrived today. As soon as I received the information, I immediately came to find you. The Black Market's chairman smiled as he spoke, walking into Fengjiu's room. Oh, so fast. She was a bit surprised at the speed of his investigation. It had only been 2 or 3 days, yet he had already found it? His ability to get things done really wasn't bad. Since I'm helping Ninth Young Master, I naturally can't delay. Chairman Ku smiled. Seeing that the room was filled with their own people, he directly said, Speaking of, this Su, she is also quite a character. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find it so quickly. I listened to Ninth Young Master's suggestion and investigated the large families. With this investigation, I really did find it. The Su she in the painting is surnamed Lin. She is a direct descendant of the Yan's Three River City's Lin family. The younger generation of the Lin family all respectfully calls her Aunt Su Shi. Her older brother is the head of the Lin family and is a nascent soul cultivator. Even this Su Shi is over 60 years old, but my investigation found that she had taken a face-establishing pill many years ago and maintained her appearance until she was in her 20s. At this point, Chairman Cook could not help but smile. His face revealed an expression of admiration. Because of my in-depth investigation, I found out a few secrets. It turns out that she fell in love with her older brother's sworn brother, Feng Sanyuan. Speaking of which, this Feng Sanyuan came from a small ninth-tier country, but who knew that he was able to make Sushi fall in love with him at first sight. Thinking about it, he must have some extraordinary qualities. As Chairman Ke spoke, he did not notice Feng Jiu's strange expression and continued. It's just a pity that Feng Sanyuan was already married at that time. Apparently, her father and brothers all decided to have Feng Sanyuan marry his second wife, but this Lin family's young miss refused. Apparently, it was because Feng Jiu listened to Chairman Ke speak in detail about the information he had found. Some information that was not known to outsiders had been found out in great detail by the black market. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes became. She even began to admire this Aunt Su Shi that she had never met before. She felt that the person who had kidnapped her grandfather was not an enemy. Otherwise, they would not have left the Feng manor unscathed. Moreover, based on all the clues, it was definitely someone her grandfather knew. It was just that she never thought that her grandfather, who was like an old urchin, would have such a romantic past. After hearing President Ke's words, she finally understood why he said that Aunt Su Shi was a character. If a woman fell in love with a married man, and she had that kind of family background and power, she wouldn't have to wait for so many years. But she didn't. Instead, she chose not to destroy the family of the person she loved. Instead, she silently protected and waited for decades. Her love was not to possess, but to protect. This kind of love was very moving. According to the latest news, there seems to be an old man with a wine gourd hanging from his waist in the Lin family. It is said that Su Shi sent people to kidnap him after she came out of seclusion. This method is really bold. However, the handsome man from decades ago has now become an old man. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for the two of them to be together. Chapter 546. Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She couldn't help but laugh when she thought of her grandfather being forced to marry a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Even if she didn't see it with her own eyes, it must be very interesting. Thank you, President Ke. I understand, she said with a smile. This was good news for them who had been worried about their grandfather. President Ke stood up and clasped his hands. Then I won't stay any longer. Night, young master, goodbye. If we meet again in the future, I will be a good host. Feng Jiu stood up to send him off. At the same time, she took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him. This is a bottle of medicine that I made in the past 2 days. Consider a little gift from me. Although it can't cure your old injury completely, it can ease it. President Ke was overjoyed when he heard this. He thanked her again and again before leaving. In the room, Ling Mohan watched her walk in and asked, "When are you leaving?" "Of course, the sooner the better. I want to see Aunt Su Shi now." She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile. Such a woman was indeed rare in the world. How could her grandfather miss out on such a chance? Seeing her expression, Ling Mohan smiled and said, "In this world, there's only the face restoration pill, but there is no pill or medicine that can make people look younger. Your grandfather and Su Shi want to be together. Just like what President Ke said, it will be very difficult. If it was someone else, as long as he had the ability, he would choose a beautiful woman to marry. Even a yuaning old man who was hundreds of years old could take a woman in her teens to warm his bed. The difference in age was not a problem at all. However, it was very difficult for someone like her grandfather. A woman did that for him. If he was young, it would be fine. But now he was in his twilight years. How could he accept his old face appearing in front of the person he loved every day? This world is so strange. Whether it is pills or medicine, there are endless changes. How do you know that there won't be a pill that can make people look younger in this world? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him with confidence. The art of medicine is mysterious and changeable. As long as I study it carefully, I believe that it won't be a problem to develop such a pill. Moreover, since there is no such pill in this world, then if I develop it, my name as the ghost doctor will really be famous in the world." Looking at her raised eyebrows and exuberant expression, he couldn't help but smile. "Yes, others don't know. But if it's you, I believe it can be done. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a sip of his tea. Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at him. Don't give me that. We have to sleep separately. If you dare to sneak into my room in the middle of the night, humph, I'll make you impotent any minute. Cough, cough. Before he could swallow his tea, he choked because of her words. He coughed twice and put down the teacup. His expression was slightly angry as he glanced at her. This woman, in front of 4 subordinates, she really dared to say anything. Hui Lang and Ing Yi, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but lower their heads and laugh. Lung Xuan's expression was still cold, but a smile flashed through his eyes. Only Lung Hua revealed a carefree smile, not bothering to hide the smile on his face. Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows at him and chuckled. Don't think I'm joking. I'm serious. If you want to have a taste of what Hui Lang was like back then, you can give it a try. Chapter 547. Erectile dysfunction was definitely a nightmare for him. He absolutely did not want to recall the time when he was pricked by the ghost doctor and sent to the brothel by his master. If the ghost doctor had not mentioned it, he would have really forgotten about it. Lung Xuan, Lung Hua, pack up. We're getting ready to leave. She chuckled and turned to leave the room to wait for them downstairs. Yes. The two of them responded and packed up some things in the room. Ling Mohan stood up and followed them downstairs. Ing Yi followed behind him. Hui Lang went back to the room next door to pack up some of his belongings before gathering downstairs. Little Tun Yun ran downstairs while Lao Bai was let out. The group of people left as soon as they said they would. They boarded the airship and left for Sanjiang City after exiting the city gates at the same time in the Lin residence. Old Master Feng was still wearing his inconspicuous gray robe with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. He was walking around the Lin residence with his hands behind his back. He walked hurriedly and occasionally glanced back at the people 3 meters behind him before he quickened his pace. However, the moment he quickened his pace, the people behind him also quickened their pace. In short, they maintained a distance of 3 meters and did not get further away. When the people in the residence saw this, they only pursed their lips and smiled. Some of them bowed and then went about their own business. Such a scene appeared in the residence every day for the past few days. The one walking in front was the old Master Feng, and the one following behind was definitely their Lin residence's Aunt Su Shi. A lot of people didn't understand why their beautiful aunt would fall for such an old man. Although it was strange, no one dared to ask. No one dared to be disrespectful to the old Master Feng, because not only had Aunt Su Shi warned them, even the family head had said that he was his sworn brother. Whoever dared to be disrespectful would be expelled from the residence. When they arrived at a pavilion, the helpless old Master Feng stopped and looked back. He said, Su Shi, don't follow me anymore. Let me go. You kidnapped me and brought me here. It's fine if I can't see my son, but I can't even see my precious granddaughter. What's the meaning of this? Big brother San Yuan, if you agree to my request, I won't keep you here. As long as you agree, let alone returning to the Phoenix dynasty, I'll even go deep into the mountains with you, she said softly as she looked at him with a burning gaze. Su Shi, I say, why are you so stubborn? We're really not suitable. Grandpa Feng was really helpless. No matter what he said, she wouldn't listen. What he didn't expect was that everyone in the Lin Manor, regardless of whether it was the elders or the younger generation, would let her do whatever she wanted. They all tacitly agreed. What else could he do? Su Shi faintly looked at him, her eyes filled with unconcealable pain. In the past, it wasn't possible, and it really wasn't suitable because you had a wife. But now, your wife has passed away for many years, your son has become the ruler of country, and your granddaughter is already so old. What is there that isn't suitable? I've waited for you for so many years. Do you want me to wait forever? But the problem isn't that. When he met her gaze, he became listless. Even his voice became softer. She moved and appeared in front of him. Her young and plump body blocked his way. Step by step, she said, Isn't it just that I'm too young and beautiful? Others can't even hope for their own woman to be so young and beautiful. You're using this as an excuse to push me away. Chapter 548. Su Shi looked at him with her beautiful eyes and hurriedly bent down to help him up. Look at you, am I that scary? Don't. I can do it myself. Old Master Feng waved his hands and moved back in fear. He didn't even dare to look at her. Seeing this, Sushi bit her lips. She was a little angry and sad. She looked at him with red eyes, covered her face with her sleeves, and quickly ran away. Sigh. Old Master Feng sighed helplessly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't get up and just sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He took the wine gourd from his waist and drank a mouthful of wine. After a long time, he stood up, patted his dusty robes, and walked out with his hands behind his back. In the shadows, 2 shadow guards followed him. It wasn't that they wanted to follow, but that the head of the family ordered them not to let him escape. Walking out of the Lin family's gate, old Master Feng took a deep breath, tidied his robes, and walked out onto the street. He was just an old man in a gray robe. The only thing special about him was the wine gourd at his waist. Walking on the street like this, he naturally wouldn't attract the attention of others. He walked around outside and looked at the bustling street with people coming and going. He didn't go to places like restaurants and inns. Instead, he found a random corner and sat cross-legged on the street, drinking wine. No one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps it was because he looked no different from an old beggar, but someone actually threw a silver coin at him. The sound of the coin breaking old Master Feng's train of thought. He came back to his senses and picked up the silver coin. He was slightly startled and had a strange expression. The 2 shadow guards in the shadows couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This was because old Master Feng had been in their Lin family for some time. The head of the family had ordered the shadow guards to inquire about the Phoenix dynasty. Thus, they knew that this old man was the father of the Phoenix dynasty's emperor. But he didn't expect that he didn't put on any airs at all. After walking around the street a few times, he actually found a corner to sit down cross-legged and drink. Someone actually threw a silver coin to him. Did they think he was a beggar? Seeing that the sky was darkening, he had no intention of going back. The 2 secret guards whispered to each other, and one of them went into the mansion. Su Shi, who was wearing a simple and elegant dress, followed the shadow guard. From afar, she could see the figure sitting on the corner in a daze. She didn't know what he was thinking about, but his expression was lifeless. His brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a trace of worry on his face. Seeing him like this, she suddenly felt her heart ache and her heart ached. She couldn't help but ask herself softly, should she not force him like this? She was about to walk over, but when she saw him sitting there in a daze, she stopped. She stood quietly at the corner of the street, looking at him quietly and accompanying him. The 2 shadow guards in the shadows saw this and couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They looked at the old man sitting on the corner of the street, then looked at Aunt Sue, she's standing on the other side of the street. The 2 of them were also speechless. Only when the sky was completely dark did old Master Feng slowly get up. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the Lin family. On the other side of the street, Su Shi didn't appear. She only watched from afar and quietly followed. Only when he entered the Lin family's gate and walked towards the courtyard did she order the servants in the mansion to prepare some food for him. Chapter 549. Su Shi responded and smiled at him. Then she walked inside. Seeing her walk inside, he pondered for a moment. He called out to the shadow guard and found out that she went out to find old Master Feng. The 2 of them came back one after the other. Tell the kitchen to cook 2 more dishes to go with wine. Also, bring out my precious bottle of spirit wine. I want to drink a few cups with Uncle Feng. He smiled and signaled for the guard to go to his courtyard to get the wine. Not long after, the guard came back with the wine. He walked towards old Master Feng's courtyard with the wine in his hand. At this time, old Master Feng was sitting in the courtyard and drinking wine. He looked at the moon above his head and thought, I was kidnapped. How worried must Feng girl be? Although the matters there had been taken care of, his sworn brother's people shouldn't have told Feng Xiao and Feng girl that he was here. Uncle Feng, why are you sighing? A middle-aged man walked in and smiled at old Master Feng sitting in the courtyard. Oh, it's Chengji. Why are you here? Old Master Feng saw that it was his sworn brother's eldest son and said, Sit. I heard from the gatekeeper that you just came back, so I wanted to come and drink a few cups with you. Look, I know you like wine, so I even brought my precious spirit wine. He laughed and sat down at the table with the wine jug. Hearing that there was good wine, Old Master Feng became more spirited. You have it in your collection? Last time, your father also brought me a jug. TSK, TSK. That wine was so fragrant that I still drool when I think about it. There really is a lot of good wine here. Mine is not worse than my father's. If you don't believe me, try it. He took a cup and poured half a cup. Seeing that it was only half a cup, Old Master Feng narrowed his eyes. You brat, you're even stingier than your father. How can you taste such a small cup? Hearing this, she couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Haha, Uncle Feng, you haven't eaten yet, right? It's not good to drink wine on an empty stomach. Try a small sip first. I had people prepare a few dishes to go with the wine. They'll be here soon. As he spoke, he saw a few maids come in with things. It wasn't the dishes he ordered, but the dinner that She had the kitchen prepare. Annie asked the kitchen to prepare this. A maid said with a smile on her face as she retreated. In a Lin manner, everyone called She Aunt. Haha, Uncle Feng, you should eat first. Don't eat too much, or you won't be able to drink much later. Just you wait, tonight, this old man will drink with you until we're drunk. Old Master Feng laughed loudly. He ate a bit first. Seeing that the dishes had been delivered, he had people take the dishes away and began to drink with Lin Qingji. The old man had left home for a while and was worried about something. In addition, he was entangled with She in the Lin manor. This kind of messy relationship made him very vexed. Tonight, when they drank, they let go of the wine. From the first small cup to the end, they drank until late at night. Chapter 550. When She, who was hiding in the shadows, heard this, her heart couldn't help but jump. She nervously looked at the drunk man with a red face. Well, what? Old Master Feng was drunk and didn't hear what he said. Seeing this, a smile flashed across his eyes, and he continued to ask, Uncle Feng, do you have my aunt in your heart? Your aunt? Old Master Feng hiccuped. His eyes were half closed, and he supported his head with one hand. He swayed as if he was going to fall at any moment. On my aunt, Sushi. Sushi's a silly girl. Why do you think she fell in love with an old man like me? I'm just an old man. I don't deserve her. He waved his hand as he spoke. But you should know that my aunt doesn't care. But I care. He seemed to suddenly become angry. He heavily slammed the wine bowl in his hand on the table, causing half of the wine to spill out. He then said, So what if I have her in my heart? If I love her, I should give her the best. I can't give her that. So I pushed her away again and again. But that silly girl threw herself at me again and again. She was hurt by me again and again. Tell me, is she stupid? Is she stupid? I want to escape. This old man wanted to escape this afternoon. He suddenly spoke in a heavy tone and slammed the wine bowl on the table again. The next moment, he frowned and said with a troubled expression, But I thought, if I escape, she will really wait for me. Then I will have committed a great sin. I thought about it all afternoon and couldn't think of a way. Tell me, what should I do? He picked up the wine bowl and was about to drink when he realized that the wine in the bowl had spilled. He loudly shouted, Pour the wine. Lin Qingji was startled by him and looked at him strangely. He quickly poured more wine for him. Then just marry her. This isn't an unsolvable problem. My aunt likes you and won't care if you're older than her. He also drank some wine and slowly calmed down. No, my old scalp is wrinkling. How can I harm Sushi? No. Pooh. Cough, cough. Hearing his words, Lin Qingji choked on his wine and stared blankly. He felt that Uncle Feng's way of thinking and speaking were simply too unpredictable. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could she say something like that? Come, Uncle Feng, drink some more. He couldn't help but smile as he poured more wine for him. However, after drinking 2 more bowls of wine, Master Feng finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. His entire body lay on the table as he muttered, No, Uncle Feng? Lin Qingji called out to him twice. Seeing that he didn't respond, he looked into the darkness and said with a smile, Auntie, Uncle Feng is drunk. Sushi walked out from the shadows and lightly walked to the table. She looked at the drunk old Master Feng and asked, Why did you think of drinking with him? Annie, I've known Uncle Feng since he came here a few decades ago. Recently, I haven't had time to catch up with him. Tonight, I just happened to have time, so I brought some wine to drink and chat with Uncle Fong. Chapter 551. Hearing this, Sushi glanced at him and then at the unconscious old Master Fong. Her heart skipped a beat. And it's late. I'll go back first. Lin Xingji bowed and left with a smile. Sushi looked at the person lying on the table and paused for a moment. She went forward and called out, "Brother Sanyuan? Brother Sanyuan?" "En? Sushi?" Old Master Fong called out unconsciously. Although his eyes were half open, he was so drunk that he couldn't tell what was going on. Sushi revealed a gentle smile. "It's me. You're drunk. Let me help you in." As she spoke, she helped him up and walked towards a room. The shadow guards in the dark watched the two enter the room and were stunned. Their Aunt Sue, she wouldn't really want to do that, right? Sure enough, this matter really needed their master's help. Seeing their master bring a jar of wine over, this matter was directly settled. In the room, Sushi first helped him wash up and change into clean clothes. She helped him lie down on the bed and looked at the person lying on the bed. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. She didn't dislike him for being old. She was just afraid that if she really did that, would he blame her when he woke up tomorrow? She struggled in her heart and thought of what he said to Chengji tonight. Just as Chengji said, he didn't dare to take that step. Since that was the case, why not let her take this step? In any case, in this life, she had already decided on him. After making up her mind, she felt nervous, shy, and uneasy. She stood by the bed for a while and remembered that there were still shadow guards in the courtyard. Thus, she walked out and glanced at the shadows. "All of you, leave and guard outside the courtyard. Don't let anyone disturb us." "Yes." The shadow guards' eyes lit up. They were very happy with this answer. With a leap, they went to guard outside the courtyard. Sushi glanced outside and closed the door again. She turned around and walked back to the bed. She looked at the person on the bed and lowered her head shyly. She raised her hand and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. In another courtyard, Lin Xingji, who reeked of alcohol, returned to his courtyard with a smile on his face. Before he entered his room, he saw his wife open the door and welcome him. "Husband, I heard that you want to drink with Uncle Fong." The first madam came to his side and smelled the smell of alcohol on his body. Seeing his smiling face, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised and asked with a smile, "Husband, you seem to be very happy. Did you have a good chat with Uncle Fong?" "Uh-huh. Uncle Fong still likes to drink as much as before." He shook his head and smiled. He wrapped his arm around her waist and led her into the room. "I was really happy tonight. Well, compared to tonight, I'm more curious about what will happen tomorrow morning." Speaking of this, he laughed again, which surprised his wife. While asking someone to bring in water for him to wash up, she asked, "What's the matter tomorrow morning? Looking at you, could it be that something good has happened?" After going out for a while, he became so secretive. Chapter 552. Hearing this, First Madam was stunned. She asked in astonishment, You didn't get Uncle Fong drunk, did you? And he was here too?" Father and Auntie kept saying not to force Uncle Fong and to give him some time. But in my opinion, Uncle Fong didn't dare to take that step, and Annie only wanted him. Since that's the case, I added fuel to the fire and helped Annie. Speaking of this, he smiled and said, "I don't know if Father will give me a beating when he finds out tomorrow. Forget it. I'm exhausted from getting Uncle Fong drunk tonight. I'll rest first. Remember to wake me up tomorrow morning." As he spoke, he walked into the bedroom, leaving First Madam, who was a little dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. That night seemed to be tranquil and impermanent, but something was destined to happen and change that night. When the first rays of the morning sun shone through the window and scattered on the floor, two figures could be vaguely seen sleeping together behind the gauze bed. Old Master Fong, who was sleeping soundly, felt very comfortable, especially the dream he had last night. It was so wonderful that he didn't want to wake up. His hand moved slightly and touched smooth skin. He even felt as if there was a naked body pressed against his. Their body temperature blended together intimately, and it was unusually warm and comfortable. He couldn't bear to move his hand away and touched it again. But when he faintly heard a soft moan, his entire body froze. He was so shocked that he suddenly opened his eyes. This time, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. He directly grabbed the blanket and jumped up. He tripped over the blanket and fell off the bed. Hiss! Ah! He fell to the ground. His naked body was still tightly hugging the blanket. His face was full of shock and disbelief. He stared at the woman on the bed who had been awakened by him. When he saw the woman on the bed also sitting up naked, his old face turned from white to red. Because he had pulled the blanket down, she didn't have anything to cover her body. Sushi. I thought his mind was blank. At this time, he didn't know what to say, especially when he saw Sushi on the bed. After recovering from her shock, she raised her hand to lift the gauze curtain. That originally faintly discernible young and exquisite figure was revealed in front of him. That slender waist, snow-white skin covered in red marks, and full breasts that were provocative and alluring. He only felt a wave of fire rush up. His nose heated up and something seemed to flow down. Seeing him staring straight at her, and even having a nosebleed, she couldn't help but be startled. Looking down, she discovered that she wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. Immediately, her beautiful face flushed red with shyness. She quickly put down the gauze in her hands and took out a set of clothes from her space to put on. Bang! Master Feng, who had been rolling on the ground, hugged the blanket and sat on the ground. However, when he saw the erotic scene, the memories of the previous night came rushing back like a flood. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Only one sentence appeared in his mind. It's over. I can't keep my integrity anymore. Sushi, who had just finished putting on her clothes, came out and saw him fall down. She was so scared that she quickly got off the bed to help him up. Brother Sanyuan, are you okay? She pinched his philtrum to help him regain his senses. Chapter 553. Sushi looked at the person hiding under the blankets and rolling away. For a moment, she was startled. She thought that he would be furious when he woke up, but who knew that he would hide under the blankets and roll away. He was even more embarrassed than her, who had lost her virginity. Looking at the person hiding under the blankets, her thoughts moved. Thinking of his ostrich mentality, since things had already reached this point, if she didn't add more fuel to the fire, he would probably shrink back again. Thus, she held back the smile on her face and didn't call out to him. She just quietly sat by the bed and watched. Old Master Feng, who was hiding under the blankets, was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He actually took, thinking of the red marks on her body when she was completely naked in the spring scenery that he had thought was a beautiful dream, he felt his nose begin to bleed again. He had cultivated his heart for so many years. Ever since his wife passed away, he hadn't touched another woman. Now, he couldn't protect his integrity. He couldn't protect his integrity. If his son or phone girl knew about this, his old face would die from embarrassment. But he had slept with her. No matter what, he had to give an explanation, right? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He felt as if he had returned to his youth. When this feeling appeared, it immediately made him feel ashamed. What should he do? Why was it so quiet? Did he not hear her voice? His heart was filled with doubt and uneasiness. He carefully pulled open the blankets and poked his head out. He looked towards the bed and saw her sitting there with red eyes. She lifted her sleeves and gently sobbed. Seeing this, his heart suddenly tightened. He lacked confidence and timidly called out, Sushi? Sushi put down her sleeves and looked at him with reddened eyes. She gently bit her lips and faintly looked at him. Brother Sanyuan, I gave you my pure and innocent female body. Do you want to deny it? If you really don't want to marry me, then I'll go tell Big Brother right now and have him send you back. I won't bother you anymore. Saying this, she got up and walked out. No, Sushi, don't misunderstand. He quickly grabbed her with one hand and hugged the blanket with the other as he stood up. Looking at her red eyes, he sighed in his heart and honestly said, I didn't mean that. Nothing? You never thought of marrying me, did you? I know you don't have me in your heart, so you let me wait for you. I waited for you for decades, but you didn't move. Since that's the case, I'll let Big Brother send you back now, so you don't have to keep thinking about your son and granddaughter. No. I have you in my heart. It's just that I Old Master Feng was so anxious that he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. As expected, drinking was a bad thing. If he wasn't drunk, things wouldn't have gotten out of hand. Why are you guarding this courtyard? Is San Yuan awake? Old Master Feng, who was holding the quilt with one hand, heard his sworn brother's voice outside. He was so scared that his face turned pale and his voice trembled. Oh no. Big brother is here. Why is he here so early in the morning? Chapter 554. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a few hidden guards had strange expressions, but there was a smile in their eyes. They looked at the family head and said, Aunt Su, she is inside. Lin Buoheng, who was about to step inside, was startled. He thought he had misheard. He looked at the hidden guard and asked, What did you just say? Who's inside? Aunt Su Shi. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and pointed inside. Su Shi? Yes. Just as he was startled, he heard a familiar voice. Big brother. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw his younger sister walking out of the courtyard's room. Behind her was Feng Sanyuan, who had his head lowered. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and angrily glared at Old Master Feng. Feng Sanyuan, come to the study. After he shouted angrily, he turned around. His heart was filled with joy. The two of them were finally together. Actually, Feng Sanyuan's old age wasn't a dead end. If he was a cultivator, as long as his cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, he could regrow a severed arm. This was because once the nascent soul stage was formed, everything was like a new life. Cultivators who entered the nascent soul stage could maintain their appearance at any time. As long as they continued to advance in a limited amount of time, it wasn't impossible for them to maintain their peak state forever. This was also why people with higher cultivation tended to look younger. However, he was a mystic cultivator, not a spirit cultivator. Mystic cultivators could only look 10 years younger when they entered the martial emperor stage. When they entered the martial venerable stage, they could only look 20 years younger. In other words, he had to cultivate to the martial venerable stage in order to look 40 or so years younger. However, he was only at the peak of the martial great master stage. How could it be so easy for him to reach the martial venerable stage? Old Master Feng followed behind in shame. He entered the study and closed the door. He looked at his sworn brother, who was sitting in front of the desk. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only say, Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't think things would turn out like this. You didn't do anything wrong to me. You did wrong to Su Shi. Tell me, how do you want to deal with this? He asked in a low voice with a straight face. In fact, this scene was very strange and funny. Lin Buoheng, who was sitting in front of the desk, looked like a middle-aged man with a strong aura, while Old Master Feng, who was standing in front of him, shrunk his shoulders and lowered his head. He was like a child in front of an adult, standing there timidly and being scolded. I originally wanted to wait until I became a martial honor before marrying Su Shi. At least at that time, I would have more confidence to stand in front of her. However, I didn't expect that I would become like this after drinking a jar of wine. He said in a low voice. Since things had already happened, there had to be a solution. Thus, he lowered his head in shame. I'll listen to Big Brother on this matter. I'll do whatever Big Brother says. Chapter 555. Old Master Feng lowered his head and didn't say anything. He understood what Lin Buoheng was saying, but it was a bit difficult to do. Moreover, these were two completely different things. If a cultivator cares too much about what others think of him, he won't be able to go far on this path. Sanyuan, do you know why everyone in my residence is in favor of your marriage with Su Shi? It's because they all understand this. As long as your cultivation is outstanding, as long as two people love each other, appearance and age aren't obstacles for two people who love each other. We bystanders can see clearly and understand. You, as the person involved, are lost in it. You really make me disappointed. Lin Buoheng shook his head and sighed. He looked at Lin Buoheng, who wanted to say something but didn't. Lin Buoheng continued. If there were people in my family who didn't support it, it would be one thing, but everyone in my Lin family supports it. What do you have to worry about? You've lived for dozens of years. How can you not understand this? Big brother to Old Master Feng choked up. He was indescribably moved. He knew that Lin Buoheng was doing this for his own good. He was enlightening him. He knew that Lin Buoheng was always thinking for his own good. Lin Buoheng stood up and walked to his side. He patted his shoulder and said, "This matter is settled. Big Brother will send someone to check the dates and help the two of you settle this matter as soon as possible." Big Brother, no. He shook his head and said, "What? No?" Lin Buoheng heard this and immediately became angry. He glared at Lin Buoheng. Even Su Shi, who was hiding outside with Lin Qingji and eavesdropping, became angry when she heard this. She thought that Lin Buoheng was going to refuse again. She was about to go in when Lin Qingji pressed on her shoulder and gestured for her to calm down and continue listening. Old Master Feng quickly waved his hand and said, No, Big Brother, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to marry Su Shi. It's just that Su Shi has waited for me for so many years. I want to return to the Phoenix Dynasty and let Feng Xiao prepare. I want to marry Su Shi grandly and give her a grand wedding. Otherwise, I'll be letting her down for all these years. Perhaps he had been enlightened by his words, but he no longer cared about the difference in their appearances. At this moment, he had decided in his heart that he would work hard in his cultivation and reach the rank of a martial honor as soon as possible. Once he returned to the Phoenix Dynasty, he would ask the phone girl to quickly refine some medicine for him to advance his rank. Hearing this, Lin Buoheng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Good. Big Brother is very happy that you have this idea. Ha. Outside, Su Shi, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but smile when she heard the conversation inside. He finally agreed. Lin Qingji pulled his aunt outside and joked, "And it's still my idea, right? Uncle Feng will become your uncle. When the time comes, Aunt can't forget your nephew, the great matchmaker. Don't worry, I won't forget you." She laughed softly and said a few words to him before leaving first. At this moment, outside Three River City, a luxurious spaceship landed. After the spaceship was put away, Feng Jiao and the others held Lao Bai's hand and walked into the city. Looking at the Three River City in front of her, she smiled happily and said, "Do you think grandfather will be very surprised when he sees me?" Chapter 556. Hearing this, Feng Jiao was puzzled and asked, "Shock? What do you mean?" After not seeing her for so long, he should be surprised to see her here. Hee. You'll know whether it's a surprise or a shock when you see him. Hui Lang chuckled. An old man was entangled by a beauty who looked like she was in her 20s. If his granddaughter came to find him, he would definitely be shocked. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows. Would he really be shocked by her? It shouldn't be, right? Should we find a place to stay or go to the Lin family first? Ling Mohan asked and looked at her. On the spaceship, he had already torn off his beard, revealing his original appearance. She thought for a moment and said, "You guys find a place to stay first. As for grandfather, I'll secretly go and take a look." "You'll go alone?" He raised his eyebrows. "It's not easy to enter the Lin family. Then we'll go directly? Catch grandfather off guard?" Her eyes were filled with a sly smile. She suddenly felt that she should give grandfather a surprise. Well, maybe it was really, as Hui Lang said, a shock. "We have many people. Let's find an inn first. If you want to take a look, I'll take you there later," Ling Mohan said and led her forward. He felt that they should find a place to stay first. "Okay," she responded and called out, "Hui Lang, find out where the Lin family is." "Okay," Hui Lang responded with a smile. The group found an inn and booked the entire second floor. Hui Lang went to find out where the Lin family was. In less than half an hour, Hui Lang came back and said to Feng Jiao, who was sitting by the window on the second floor with his master, "Ninth young master, the Lin family is less than half an hour away. After a few turns, you'll reach it. The Lin family is an aristocratic family here. You can find out where it is by asking around." "Oh, it's not far." She nodded and gestured for him to rest at another table. Ling Mohan picked up some food for her and said, "Eat something. I'll accompany you for a walk later." "Okay." She smiled and nodded. Looking at him, sitting opposite her, she asked with a smile, "Since you tore off your beard, should I call you Yama Lord? Or should I call you Uncle?" Hearing this, his deep black eyes fell on her smiling face and paused for a breath. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at her. With a move of his finger, a soundproof barrier enveloped the two of them. It was also at this moment that his deep and magnetic voice unhurriedly came out of his mouth. My surname is Xianyuan. First name, remember, don't forget. Xianyuan Mose. She was greatly shocked. Xianyuan was a surname of D. It was the most noble surname of the imperial family. Was he really from the imperial family? No wonder. No wonder there were always people trying to kill him, and the assassins they sent were so powerful. The surname Xianyuan, even a first-class country, did not have one. They only existed in the supreme 8 great empires. The 8 great empires were above the first-grade great empires. It was rumored that the 8 great empires were floating in the sky, completely separated from immortals. They were also known as the mysterious Sky City. Chapter 557. Seeing her shocked expression, his lips curled slightly. So, you also need to become strong. Only by becoming strong can we face the future together. As my woman, you can't be too weak. Fengjiu's mouth moved, but she couldn't say anything for a while. She only felt that it was inconceivable. The person in front of her was actually a member of the royal family of the 8 great empires. It had to be known that a place like that, with that kind of power, let alone a small 9th-ranked country like them, even a first-ranked country had to look up to them. It's still too early to tell you this. You'll slowly find out about these things in the future. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and removed the barrier. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up some food for her. Come, eat more. Fengjiu glanced at him. She picked up her bowl and ate while digesting this information. This was even more shocking than knowing that her grandfather had such a romantic past. The 8 great empires were legendary places that many cultivators couldn't even come into contact with even if they wanted to. However, such a place was sitting in front of her, and he was a member of the royal family. Xianyuan Mose. This name contained too much information. Master, that seems to be the old master. Leng Hua's voice suddenly sounded in surprise. Fengjiu looked over. She saw his gaze land on the street. She followed his gaze, and her eyes filled with surprise. It really is grandfather. She put down the bowl in her hand and leaned against the window to look curiously, because at this moment, her grandfather was following a woman in a light green dress in an orderly manner. He even subconsciously fell half a step behind, as if he wanted to distance himself, but the woman reached out and pulled him back to her side. Could that be Aunt Sushi? She blinked her eyes curiously, her eyes filled with excitement. It should be. Xianyuan Mose's gaze also looked at the 2 people on the street. His gaze landed on the 2 people whose appearances didn't match, and he said, "That woman is truly sincere towards your grandfather. A woman from a noble family, with a good family background and character, but she only fell in love with an old man who was already in his twilight years. If it wasn't true love, what was she after?" "Yeah, I think so too." Fengjiu nodded in agreement. "Although I know that the 2 of them are about the same age. Miss Su, she has maintained herself so well. My grandfather must be under a lot of pressure walking with her." He looked at her, and a smile flashed through his deep black eyes. "Didn't you want to refine the rejuvenation pill? What? Are you backing down? How is this possible?" She raised her voice slightly and said, "I'm just thinking that this might be very difficult, especially since I'm not as good at medicine as I am at alchemy. If I want to develop such a pill myself, unless I continue to study alchemy and reach a higher level, it will indeed be quite difficult." "I don't remember you saying that last time," he said, somewhat amused. She wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, her eyes were filled with smiles and brilliance as she said, "Yes. However, before that, rather than concocting a rejuvenation pill, I might as well help my grandfather advance again. Although profound cultivation is not as good as spirit cultivation, as long as he reaches a certain level of cultivation, he can also become younger." Chapter 558. This method might be difficult for others, but for you, it's very easy. Xianyuan Mose smiled faintly. He looked at the 2 people on the street and said, "It's hard for others to get a bottle of medicine for advancement, even if they spend an astronomical amount of money, but you can easily make it. Thus, it won't be hard for you to help him advance." Fengjiu's gaze also landed on the 2 people on the street. His eyes were bright and cunning. Compared to this, I think it'll be more interesting if we follow them and watch. Grandpa is shopping with a woman. This kind of scene isn't common. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Follow them and watch? You go. I won't go. He didn't have the hobby of following people. Even if he did, he was only interested in her. Okay, then you can stay at the inn and rest well. I'll follow them and watch. She immediately stood up and called Lung Shuang and Lung Hua to leave the inn and head towards the street. At this time, old Master Feng, who was being held by Su Shi, was blushing. He followed beside her and asked softly, Su Shi, where are we going? Didn't you say you'd accompany me to shop and buy some things? Su Shi said, just now, Big Brother said that he'd send you back in 2 days. But you have to remember what you said. Remember to send someone over to send the betrothal gifts. Don't leave without any news. I won't. Old Master Feng waved his hand and said. Not far behind, Feng Jiu, who was followed by Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, walked and stopped. Sometimes he would stop to look at the things on the side of the street, but in reality, he was eavesdropping on the conversation in front of him. When she heard Aunt Su Shi say to send someone over to send the betrothal gifts, she couldn't help but be speechless. Her grandfather and Aunt Su she had developed so quickly, they were even talking about marriage. She was curious and continued to listen. Then, she heard a piece of news that made her uneasy. You have to remember that I'm already yours. Don't make me wait too long. Old Master Feng's ears turned red when he heard that. He whispered, Su Shi, we're on the street. What's wrong with the streets? What I said is the truth. Yes, I know. He wiped his cold sweat and thought to himself that it was fortunate that there was no one he knew. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep his old face. Feng Jiu used his fan to cover his mouth that was wide open due to shock. He stared at the little girl selling the fan in front of him, causing the little girl's face to turn red. Young master, do you like this fan? After a long while, Feng Jiu came back to his senses. He calmed himself down and smiled at the girl. I like it. I'll sell this fan. He gestured for Lung Hua to pay up. She looked at the two people walking further and further away, but didn't follow them. She felt that she had heard 2 big news in one day, and her heart couldn't take it anymore. At this time, her heart was still beating wildly. She looked at the figure of Aunt Su Shi and couldn't help but admire her. This Aunt Su Shi is not simple. Too amazing. She really had to hand it to her. She actually managed to settle her grandfather so quickly. Looking at her grandfather, when the two of them got married in the future, he would most likely be a henpecked husband. Master, they've gone far away. Lung Hua saw that she was in a daze and whispered to remind her. I won't follow. I need to find a place to rest. She lightly exhaled and patted her chest. Chapter 559. Seeing that it had been some time since they returned to the inn and there weren't many people at the small tea stall on the corner, she nodded, That's fine. Then she walked over and sat down at a table in the corner. You guys sit too. She gestured with one hand under her chin. I was worried that grandfather and Aunt Su she wouldn't be able to get together, but I didn't think that these two would act so quickly. It seems that I was worried for nothing. Lung Hua poured a cup of tea for her and said with a smile, If Master knew about this, he would probably be shocked. Of course, he would never have thought that grandfather would be so happy here. Grandfather isn't honest. Since he was fine, he didn't even send a letter back. He made us worry for so long. She took a sip of tea and said with a teasing look in her eyes, I wanted to give grandfather a nice surprise. But looking at the situation, forget it. I saw that even his neck turned red when he was by Aunt Su Shi's side. Since ancient times, it's hard to accept the kindness of a beauty. This saying is really true. She tapped the table with one hand, thinking that since grandfather's feelings had found a home, then she would have to pay more attention to his father and mother. It would be best if the whole family could be reunited. Only then would they be happy. What's that smell so good? She sniffed the air and said, It smells like chicken. The old man at the small tea stall smiled. Young master's nose is really good. Just now, when a person walked past with something, you could smell that it was chicken. This is a famous delicacy in our 3 cities. It's called fragrant roasted chicken. It's in a shop 2 streets away from here. There are only 100 of them every day, and they're all sold out. Does Master want to eat it? I'll go buy it, Lung Hua said with a smile, and was about to stand up. I'll go, Lung Hua said, indicating for him to stay and follow his master. And, if there are, buy 2 back and bring them back to the inn to eat later. Yes, sir, Lung Shuang replied, and left after asking for directions. Lung Hua stayed by Feng Jiu's side, quietly accompanying her. From time to time, he poured tea for her and watched her ponder over something with one hand on her cheek. However, as time slowly passed, he still did not see his sister return. He could not help but feel a little surprised. He stood up and went to the old man of the small tea stall. Old man, you said that the shop is not far from here? Yes. It's not far. It's just 2 streets away. It's very close. The old man smiled and continued to work. He asked, Sir, would you like some more tea? No need. Lung Hua shook his head and asked, How's the store doing? Do you need to exclude them? The old man waved his hand and said, Usually not, because the fragrant roast chicken is not cheap. Ordinary people won't buy it often. If he sells 100 roast chickens, it will take him until the afternoon. Hearing this, Lung Hua returned to the table and said to Feng Jiu, Master, my sister hasn't returned yet. Why don't I go and take a look? The distance of 2 streets should not be so long. Moreover, his master was still waiting here. If he had not been delayed by something, he should have returned long ago. Feng Jiu came back to her senses and noticed that nearly an hour had passed, but Lung Hua had not returned. She stood up and said, Let's go together. We've been sitting here for a while.